Hello. Can you guys hear me okay? Because I have the absolute worst luck with technology. I can't even begin to explain to you. I feel like I'm just cursed. My AirPods this morning would not connect to my laptop, and then they won't even connect to my phone now. So I'm using some old headphones. Uh, So we'll see how that goes. They're like 1990s headphones. Oh, it's early. Yay, you can hear me. Good deal. Good. Yeah, like I had to get an adapter to get him to hook into my MacBook. So last night I put the poll on my community post about watching Love is Blind or going live. And then I fell asleep. I flat out passed out. It was great, but then I was up at like 4 a.m. So I did finish watching Love is Blind. Does anybody else watch Love is Blind? I tell you what, watching I call them like cheesy reality TV shows. I like them, The Real Housewives, stuff like that. I don't get to a whole lot, but that's what I do to decompress from all the YouTube drama sometimes. And someone wrote on that post that they used to watch YouTube to decompress. I was like, oh no, can't do that, can you? Is everybody ready for Easter? What? The non-drama Bullhorn is blowing her last hair off. I saw she had a live scheduled. And I was like, "Oh." But she always has one in the morning, doesn't she? Life After Lockup. I've never watched that one. I was talking with a friend on YouTube the other day, and I loved the Real World Road Rules shows back, on MTV back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And she said she loved him too, and that's why she watches The Challenge. I'd never even heard of it. And I watched one episode the other day, and I think I'm gonna be hooked. Yeah, Texas Tiffany, don't make fun of me, but my kids are adults. They've flew the flew the coop a couple years ago. My youngest is 21, and she's married, and my oldest is 22, and he's just a really kick-ass guy. But I still make them Easter baskets. I still put together an Easter basket for them and, do Valentine's Day gifts for them and stuff like that, and that'll probably change once, grandbabies come into the picture, but for now, I still spoil them. We're actually gonna celebrate our Easter tonight. I haven't watched yet this season, Michelle, but I have enjoyed that in the past because it's so fake. It's like watching wrestling in the 90s, right? It's not real. Uh, well, I'm glad you popped in, Peppermint, even if you're still half asleep. I know, I'm like, I know there's not gonna be a lot of people here because it's really early, and I completely understand that because I'm not typically a morning person. You will not see me on here a whole lot in the mornings because I typically don't go to bed until 4 in the morning and then sleep till about, uh, 9, 10. So this is pretty early for me. She is big time now. She's on Kick and Mouthy as heck. Oh, they think they're gonna go over there to Kick and just do whatever they want, don't they? That's kinda one of the things I wanted to talk about today in true sassy fashion. A lot of people do that, wait until the last minute. I did. I waited until the last minute and Me and my husband went yesterday and picked up some things, and what I've always gotten my kids ever since they were newborns or, babies, was in their Easter basket, they would always get, like, the first summer outfit of the year, and then as they got older into, like, their teenage years, it turned into a swimsuit. I would always get them, you know, their first like, a swimsuit for the year, whatever. And that would always go in their basket with all the other goodies and stuff, and I hadn't done it yet, so I went yesterday, and there's, like, no swimsuits out yet. I there's, I found some cute, like, swimming trunks for the boys, but I couldn't find any cute swimsuits for my daughter, so she just got, like, a plain black one from Old Navy because they were kind of cruddy right now. "Hey, Sarah me." You told him you were done with the baskets. They're 14 and 17. I I probably told them that one year, but I never did it. Yeah, I still do it. I still love doing that stuff. I was telling someone my love language is gifts, and that doesn't necessarily mean receiving gifts. I like receiving gifts, who doesn't? But I love giving gifts. I love giving people things and making them feel special, and I love the whole act of going and picking out something because then, when you find things that remind you of your loved ones or people you care about, it just, becomes very important. So that's my love language. I love giving gifts. My oldest is 16, so he isn't into the whole Easter bunny thing, but my 8-year-old is all about getting the prize eggs. The Easter bunny is broken, yeah. Yeah. Oh, we are all non-educated. Well, she don't even know who I am, so what the hell does she know about my education? I watched a little snip of the live on Kick and got bored to death until Blake Screen showed up. I haven't been over to Kick yet. Well, I take that back. It's not true. As I was preparing for this live, I finally opened up Kick for the first time, and then I went over there to see like how to find a couple of them, but I didn't watch any of their things or anything like that. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I'm loading a video now of clips I cut from Laura because I thought we could talk about it. But her whole narrative, which I found is the narrative that seems to be running through the streets, is that you wanted them off YouTube. You wanted them off YouTube. So don't follow her to kick. I never wanted Molly Go Lightly off YouTube, or nor do I want anyone off YouTube. I have absolutely no problem with anyone being here. And I'm just speaking for me personally. I just want the misinformation, the lies, the attacks on victims and their families to stop. Those sort of things. That whole stream I did about Dre, I want stuff like that to not happen, nor do I think it should happen. The trans bashing, that's what I feel like, and I feel like most of us want that more so than the fact that, oh, they're just gone off YouTube. Because no, if you're just going to take that exact same content to a different streaming platform, then it's the same behaviors. You didn't learn, you didn't grow, you didn't change. Is she? Do you mean with the Dolly stuff? Oh, that's a good idea, Sassy. Do boots and toys. I did toys when they were little. And always a book. I used to get them a book when they were little. I wonder if they can do any stuff like the crime channels can do over there or just sit in front of a screen. I don't know. It's gonna be a fun experience, that's for sure. No, and that's an issue. Um, if you took ownership of your behaviors, if you apologized for your behaviors, and if you changed your behaviors, it would be one thing, wouldn't it? but just moving it around or pretending you didn't do something, I actively wanted Molly gone because all she does is lie and attack victims and say bigoted things. That's the exact reason I want her gone. Yeah, and I get that. I understand that there are some people that just want her completely gone. But for me, it's the behavior because if she still just continues the same attacks over on Kick, if she's still going after victims' families, getting people fired, uh, hate speaking, bashing people, things like that, if that's just transferred to a different platform, people are still getting hurt. You know what I mean? People shouldn't be monetized for hate. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Because we're constantly called haters by those that disagree with what we're saying. So there, are channels that call out the misinformation or share the clips of the misinformation, the lies, the doxing, the hurting, and then they're instantly labeled hate channels. Instantly. The best thing that can happen for is for them to be banned from all social media. They abuse platforms. See, I disagree. I think the best thing that could happen for them would be to change their behavior, stop doing what they're doing. But if it takes, you know, that, then so be it, I suppose. JLR got the mac and cheese from the grub truck in Idaho. Oh my gosh. I can't. I bet he didn't ask any questions. He probably just stood there not blinking at the dude like, you can't even see my face. I don't know why I made that. Oh my gosh. I get that, Jeans. Here's the thing. She will do those things on other platforms, no doubt, but the least amount of bigoted rhetoric out there in the world, the better. And I agree. I agree with that portion for sure. Yes. Yes. It should. Absolutely should. You mean we shouldn't just stop watching it like Laura says? Just don't watch it. Just don't watch it. Okay, I think I'm all caught up. I hope everybody's had a good week and that you're ready for good Easter tomorrow, whether you're celebrating tomorrow or today, like we are, because our kiddos work tomorrow. But so when yesterday, when we were driving around and shopping and doing all the things, my husband showed me this girl on YouTube that he watches. I can't think of her name off the top of my head, but what she does is well, she does a lot of things on YouTube. Sorry, I'm not explaining this well. But she also goes in and reads comments from like hot topic articles, like magazine articles, or people's comments under like, heated political Twitter posts and things like that. And it was kind of hilarious. So I thought, ah, I want to do that. And I know the perfect one to do it on. She's always nasty. Like, and she always says, like, this is no drama, no drama. And then brings a crap ton of drama. My girlfriend, get it together. So this is the one that I thought we would start out with, and it has nothing to do with well, it has a little bit to do with this past week, and I do wanna get into that, and we will in a minute, but I found this the other day on Twitter as I was going through Brian Enton's tweets, because we all know that Brian is Bullhorn's best buddy, right? Let me pull up YouTube here on my phone so I can see messages while I share this. This is a drama-free zone. Yeah, I know. So I'm gonna get a drink real quick and then I will read this off because it's I died. Okay, so Betty went under her best buddy's Twitter. Now, do you guys remember when the new court documents came out for Brian Koberger and it talked about the Brady violation and the Giglio violation, right? I remember watching Betty stream on that, and she didn't know what it was, which I thought was kind of comical considering she's always talking about how she knows so much about the law and all those things. So Brian had on his Twitter, busy day after new Brian Koberger court docs showed police internal affairs investigation could be an issue. Now, another possible complication for the prosecution involving the knife sheath. We'll discuss when I fill in for Dan Abrams. So Betty comments under there, it is sad. I don't know what is going on, but I have a funny feeling it has to do with Dylan Mortensen. What? Why do you think that that has anything at all to do with Dylan Mortensen? Are you kidding me? What what is it about Dylan that her and JLR and even Molly did for a minute? They just want to throw her under the bus. I don't get it. I think we'll find out it doesn't prejudice this case, but was preventative in nature. At least that is my hope. Okay, Betty. Okay, but here's what the gold is. I hope you guys can see this fine over here. Okay. So, Kate the Great, and I don't know if it's the same Kate the Great that's in chats, but if it is, I love it. So, sigh, Betty, can't you just go back to your channel where your people actually believe your stories? Like the one where you made Brian Itten, and the only reason he scored interviews was because you told everyone he was a nice guy. Okay. Taylor says, please stick to what you do best, begging for super chats and donations via Cash Apps, PayPal, etc. And leave Dylan the hell alone. You're a sick person. Banking off families' tragedies, shaking my head, and victim shaming the surviving roommates and a lot of parents in other cases you cover. I didn't read the replies to this one. Um, I don't know why the replies don't show up, but that's okay. Okay, Blue said, huh? I'm with you, Blue. Like, huh? What does Dylan have to do with the Brady Giglio thing? Kristen says, it's sad that you're treating this like a murder mystery party while simultaneously, I struggle with that word, having rights advocates in your, I can't speak this morning, in your bio. Dylan is a victim in this horrible crime too. Let's not forget that. Thank you, Kristen. Alex says, why Dylan? Yeah, that's my question to Betty. Like, why? This is about a law enforcement officer. The whole document was about a law enforcement officer. I don't know why she's throwing Dylan under the bus. I don't know what is going on. That's where you needed to stop. I don't get why she saw the killer wearing a mask and went back to bed like nothing happened. And I don't get why he didn't kill her. Suspicious. Okay, Nina, you and Betty need to go chill in the corner because you're this is a different topic and a different conversation, and you're talking about something completely different. How dare you call yourself a victim rights advocate? Activist. Dang. Leave that poor girl alone. I agree. They need to leave Dylan alone. Stick to begging for donations. Where do you see that it has to do with her? It has to do with the credibility of a police officer who could potentially be a witness. What are you going on about? Finally, someone with half an idea of what's even happening in the case shows up. Susie Quinn says, "Why? Because she's a pretty blonde girl?" Victims' rights advocate, except when it comes to Dylan, a victim. And Dylan was a victim, is a victim. And that's why it's so frustrating that they throw that poor girl under the bus. This makes me sick. The poor girl is a victim too. I agree, Sally. If you're going to stir the pot, then plan on licking the spoon. Ooh, 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 ooh. You have a feeling? What a thing to say. Totally unfounded. She's a victim. Where is your compassion? Did you lose it along with your common sense? Mm. Oh, hey, Brittany. I see. Sorry, I just looked down at my phone. I'm so glad you stopped in. Hello to everybody else that's coming in. Hi, Earth. We are just currently reading through a comment from Bullhorn Betty on Brian Enton's Twitter about the Brady Giglio violations, where she just threw Dylan under the bus for some reason. No one understands exactly why she did it because it doesn't pertain to what the court document was about. Marjorie says, "You're right." Wait, I just read that name. Marjorie Taylor. No. Okay. But she said, "You're right. You don't know what's going on." John just laughed at her. Nothing like victim bash blaming. That's a seriously screwed up statement. And it is. Totally is. There's nothing to suggest that this has anything to do with Dylan. You amateurs have no idea how the legal system works. Thank you, Pink. Thank you. That's what we've all been saying. It's not actually that hard to not be a shitty human being. Oh, I couldn't. So I just was when I found that and I was reading through the comments, and then after listening to that guy my husband or lady my husband shared with me the other day, I thought, oh, that is just perfect. Let's just read through some comments. There's been some great comments happening here on YouTube too, surrounding all the things, right? I don't even remember where this week started off. Does anybody remember? I don't remember when Molly got terminated, like what day it was. Um, I know that I lost something. I'm trying to find it. I know that, Heels shared her comment on Twitter saying, "Hey, Team YouTube, please go check this out," right? And from there, it became a very hot topic. But the big claim now is that Molly was mass reported. And it just has me believing that none of these yahoos even know what mass reporting means. Like, how can they if this is what they think it is? I'm trying to bring this up real quick. Oh, Betty's talking about the West Boys. Oh, that makes me sad. Now, I didn't know who Veda Jane was until, well, I didn't know who she was until Blank Screen shared on his community tab about her. And then I realized, oh, that's the chick that was in the video I did on Molly about Dre. I didn't realize it was the same person. I've never watched her before, but she is sharing a lot of stuff right now. And I found it through Blank Screen. And that guy cracks me up. I love it when he puts his face on everything surrounding Bullhorn Betty. It's just the best. My Wi-Fi is moving a little slow today. Let's see. Am I sharing? Okay, here we go. Who's winning the simping contest for Molly Go Lightly? It looks like Perplexed won. Oh, that's bad. I'm trying to get back to where I first saw it. It's been a few days. Okay, here we go. I think that was it. Mm, okay. Oh, so Molly was terminated 3 days ago. See, I couldn't even remember. I couldn't even remember. It's been such a long week. And for those of us that kind of follow what's going on in this community as well as following true crime, it's been busy because we have the Vallow Daybell stuff happening right now, the Gannon Stock trial. Is it Stock or Stotch? I think it's Stock. And I'm very new to that case. I'll openly admit I do not know all the deets on Gannon's trial. I'm learning them as we go through the trial and as things are submitted to the jury. I did watch one video that the Blair shared with going through the timeline of things, but besides listening to his commentary and Chasing Truth's commentary, I don't know the whole backstory. So I'm kind of enjoying pretending to be like a juror, like, as I'm listening to all this. Is she guilty? Absolutely, she's guilty. But, did she have a instant break of sanity or, are you buying the insanity plea is the whole question there. So, it's interesting. Okay. So, this is where I was first introduced to her, even though I guess she'd already been in that video I did, but where she says that this is where I see the whole mass flag narrative start to come out, right? And how and you guys have seen the hit list, right? I don't think it's in this one, but if I click on her through here, she has a hit list of people. I'm a little sad I didn't make it on the hit list. Ooh, oh, don't do that. Okay. The public stoning of Molly Golightly. Oh my gosh. I can't with these people. Here's the list. Oh, she's almost done with page 3, guys. So look out. There's hope yet. If you're hoping to make it on there, might still happen. So this is a list of people that allegedly mass flagged Molly Golightly and got her banned. Why is anybody taking credit for getting Molly banned? I heard Mallery was taking credit for getting Molly banned and all this stuff. The only person who got Molly banned was Molly. The only person. If Marissa is friends with Bullhorn Betty, why would you try to take her channel down? That's weird. Hmm. Oh, it's a different Bullhorn Betty on the list. I'm trying sorry. I'm a little all over the place this morning. So here it's the did she delete it? There was one that had like a ton of comments that I just read this morning. Maybe it's gone. Oh no, here it is. All of you pussies on sock accounts in my comments trying to backtrack and downplay what you've done with the mass flagging is only helping provide me more evidence. Thanks, dumbasses. And nonsense, you already doxed Penelope, dumbass. Nothing I do will change that. I don't know who Penelope is. Nonsense doesn't seem like the type of person to dox someone. So, Mallory. Yeah, I didn't mean to mash that up, but it came out Mallory on accident. Uh, so people are in here telling her that what happened on Twitter with Molly and Molly losing her channel had nothing to do with mass flagging. I mean, there's a lot of comments explaining to her how to do that. And there's a lot of videos out there explaining to this lady, um, perplexed. I don't know who else is running off at the mouth that Molly was mask flagged, but I'm sure that Jilly Bean, I'm sure there's others that are saying, "Oh, she was mask flagged when she wasn't." Mhm. I don't know who Penelope is, Texas Tiffany, like, I don't know anything about that drama at all. I don't have those deets. But let me go here, and I will pull this up for you guys real quick and show you some things I found because we like facts and receipts, right? And I've been loading about a 20-minute clip of Laura's. And if you guys want to go through it together and pick it apart, we can. Or if you're sick of Laura and you don't want to, we don't have to. But there was a lot she said. It's still uploading, but there was a lot she said the other day that I was like, "What do you even know what you're talking about?" That's what I was thinking. Okay, since I'm only using the free version of StreamYard, I had to do it this way because I can't add pictures yet. So this is how I had to do it. So bear with me. And maybe we'll upgrade. That's something I want to talk about is uh, where we should take this channel because it's just me from now on. Okay. So these are what I found on Team YouTube's Twitter feed, right? And it says these are in comments and replies to other people about mass flagging. So if you go to Team YouTube and then you search on Team YouTube's Twitter feed itself, just type in mass flagging and you can see where they are replying to people saying, "Hey, what are you going to do about this mass flagging?" And they said, "Thanks for the report. Are you referring to false flagging? If so, a flagged or reported video or channel on YouTube just means we'll review the content and will only take action if it violates our community guidelines. I hope this helps clarify." And then there was another one, you know. This one is telling them at the top here on Team YouTube. It says, "It's best to flag the channels that you think are violating our guidelines and terms of service using these steps." So here, Team YouTube is telling you exactly how to flag channels. And then this individual says, "What about those whose channels have been falsely copyright claimed and falsely mass reported?" And Team YouTube replied, "Mass reporting channels won't immediately remove them because we're still going to review if an account isn't in line with our policies. Also, it's best to ask the creator who's having the issue to contact us so we can help them out." So if Molly were truly being mass flagged, if that was the only reason for her takedown, which YouTube tells us we aren't going to remove channels simply for people flagging content. We're still going to go in and do our due diligence and do our individual reviews before we remove a channel or put a strike or a TOS violation on it or whatnot. So it's not something anyone can instantly get done or take down. Now, in that link, they also said, "Hey, go to our YouTube blog if you want to hear more about it." So, being the nerd that I am, I went to the YouTube blog and checked it all out. And so what it says here is that flagged content, however, doesn't automatically get removed. YouTube is an important global platform for information and news, and our teams evaluate videos before taking action in order to protect content that has an educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic purpose. So they're not just going to take it down. And then at the bottom, it says, "We want to encourage you to continue flagging. and we hope this additional transparency will help you continue reporting responsibly. So, do you think, heels in the air, she saw this hate speech that was taking place from Molly Golightly that day? And it was vile. We've all heard it. Well, most of us in here have heard the clips of what was said that day. And it went past um, a breakup between friendships and ribbing at each other. It turned really, really ugly. There were things said that I won't repeat because it was so gross. So Heels took that and she went and she tweeted at YouTube to look into this channel. Now, I don't know if she flagged the channel or not, but she tweeted to them to check it out. I don't know if she did it on her own platform, but I know I saw her say, if you want to go reshare this and get the word out to YouTube as well, this is what you can do. If. That's not saying, everybody go do it, go do it. I know I was on Queen Bee's that day, and she said, I reshared it. And if you want to reshare it, this is how you go do it. That's not the same as mass flagging, which from all the research that I did before, when it was yesterday and the day before, mass flagging is typically done by like a script system, a bot system, where, the channel's taking thousands of flags, not 100 people in a tiny little section of YouTube. I don't get offended by much, but as the auntie to a trans person, yes, she was very hateful, very hateful. I feel like if it has nothing to do with you or it isn't about you, then leave that alone. People need to stay in their own lane. Mm, do they? Do they need to stay in their own lane? Molly can't sue anyone due to everyone she's done things to. Can actually sue the pants off of her and that ugly brown jacket. Yeah, that jacket that looks like poo. Yes, a Twitter campaign, thank you, Ellie. A Twitter campaign is very different than mass flagging. There is a distinct difference between flagging a video and getting hundreds, if not thousands, of people to go and flag the video, or running a script or a bot on it to get that to flag the video versus someone taking the link to Twitter and bringing it to YouTube's attention to get them to look into it. But from all the research that I did, it doesn't matter if your video has one flag or if it has 1,000 flags. YouTube is still going to look into it. They're still going to do their due diligence and review the video. And if it violates terms of service, then they'll remove it. They'll put that strike on your channel, right? And we know that Molly had 2 that day, and then I know there were some other creators that, um, shared that I think it was Rabbit, yes, it was Down the Rabbit Hole News, shared that she had previously had one on there, and she had caught it, like, a couple weeks earlier, that she had already had this warning or something on there. So this is just my guess. I don't think that it was that video that got Molly Golightly's channel terminated. Again, just my opinion. You're free to have your own. I don't think that it was that video that got her whole channels, both of her channels terminated. I think that it was you typically have a lot of YouTube bots that run through and do like the copyright claims or even sometimes strikes for terms of service. Like if you go into their terms of service, Let me see. It'll tell you like the bulk of their community guideline strikes comes from YouTube's I can't remember what it's called, but non-manual reviews, but I can't remember. They had like a specific word for it. It comes from the bots of YouTube looking at it. Like the huge majority of them do. And then there's a small portion where the terms of service strikes come from manual reviewers on YouTube. And so I think when that happened, when the attention was brought to her channel with those multiple strikes that she received right in a row, they reviewed her content and they will go back manually and review for a long ass time. Like, and they can review, and deleting off of YouTube does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. YouTube can still go in and review the content that you deleted. So if they went in and looked at 3 videos, I felt like that's when they were like, "Yeah, this is coming down. This is coming down." No, you do not. That's another thing that's another rumor that's going around is you don't have to remove your clips. Content is still content. Fair use is still fair use. That's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. That's part of, what I was gonna talk about with Laura, with her copyright material. Oh, Lord. Oh, Ladybugs is here. Okay, here we go. The list on the report screen on YouTube mirrors what should not be done in real life. Absolutely. Absolutely agree. Yeah, that's true. Okay, here we go. I believe we have a moral responsibility to stand in the gap and be a voice for the vulnerable. So I politely disagree with stay in your lane comment. Yeah. Um, if this is just there are thousands, millions of channels on YouTube, right? And they're all doing God knows what. Right now, there's probably some kid in some country streaming his video game talking trash. Why am I not covering that content? Well, he's playing a video game and talking trash. What does that have to do with, abusive victims? And that's why I know a lot of clip channels got their start. When I came to YouTube, just a little backstory on DeetS here. When I came to YouTube, I found the first creator I found, oh my gosh, you guys are gonna laugh, was Ziggy. Now I'm not talking about searching YouTube for, how to paint your room or something like that. That's what we all used YouTube for at one point, right? But I had been on Twitter. Uh, I went from Facebook true crime groups to Twitter during the Gabby Petito's case. And I was on Twitter following a bunch of true crime people on Twitter. And most of them don't even know it because it's a different name. But we were digging really deep into Michael Vaughn's case. And I've always had such a soft spot in my heart for Michael's case. So please pray for Brandy, share out Michael's picture. That whole case is so tragic. But from there is when Nerdy Addict, which I know a lot of you guys follow Nerdy Addict, started covering Summer Wells' case. So that's when I first heard about Summer Wells. And he went down and visited Dawn and Candace, and they shot at it. Well, didn't shoot at him, but shot up in the air with the flare gun. It was kind of comical. But that's when I came to YouTube. I came over to YouTube and started researching Summer's case and found Ziggy first. And that was she was on late at night when I was searching. And it was just this weird open panel. And Dawn Wells was on there. And like the very first time I came to YouTube, very first stream I clicked on, and John Wells was on the panel, and I'm like, "Wait, this is the case I'm looking into and researching." And then from there, branched out and found this whole community of people, and I didn't know was here. And I feel like it may not have been that exact pattern for a lot of us here, but we all came into this little section, and I don't wanna call it the true crime community because it's not, and trauma seems, icky to the victims, but I don't know what else to call it. And so it all came into this weird community of people researching cases and looking at cases, and for me, seeing a lot of the misinformation that was spread and flat out lies or the attacks on these victims and their families just because people think or feel a certain way about the victims and or their families. It was disgusting. True Texan. I was bored one day and saw the upchurch in Cabo Wabo. Yeah, I remember that. I remember seeing that. You came during Gabby Petito's case. Mhm. Yeah, I love Nerdy Attic too. We had some good content, good drone footage for sure. YouTube is an escape from many. To follow creators to enjoy a hobby, interests, and to listen, not have awful people to go at them in real life. Play mean, nasty, exploit victims. Exactly. A lot of us here, and I shouldn't say us because I don't speak for anyone. I just speak for StreetS. But for me personally, seeing victims attacked, seeing their families attacked without any shred of proof, it's really upsetting. It's just very upsetting. And so that's one of the reasons that I have covered this whole section of people, this heels on the ground, those type of people, right? Because when you're doing 4, 5, 6 hour long lives, there's so much content that's lost in the middle of that. And you can say and do a lot of things, and people don't realize it because it's buried deep in there. So if you have bad actors doing bad things deep in a live, or and then they delete it or they private it afterwards, people continue to follow them and spread their voice and what they're saying, and it's wrong and the misinformation. But because it's hidden so deep in those lives, sometimes it gets missed how horrible it truly can be, if that makes sense. Would you first hang on, I'm trying to catch this real quick. Would you first come to YouTube, use turtles certainly, get a crash course of how these YouTube streets can be very Yes, they can be very helpful, very beneficial. I've learned a lot of good information here on YouTube, and I've seen a lot of bad things happen here in this little nasty back alley of YouTube. I don't know what else to call it. And a lot of it is frustrating because a lot of things that are said by these bad actors are easy to disprove. It's very easy to verify and to look into and to find. And my brain just doesn't understand why. Why lie? Why spread misinformation? Why spread the things about their victims and their families that aren't true? Like, who benefits from that? What benefits from that? I can't believe it's just clicks and views and attention. Like, I don't know. I feel like it has to be something more for them, but I don't understand it yet. I just don't. So going back to our topic at hand, because we've gotten a little off track. So when it comes to YouTube, there's the terms of service, right? There's the community guidelines, and there's also monetization policies. So I think that this one gets confused. I had a conversation with someone else in the chats the other day. When you're monetized, you also have policies that you have to follow that are completely separate from, well, they're part of YouTube's because it's part of the YouTube Partner Program, but they have additional guidelines there as well. And there's a whole list of them there also. So there's all these things that you can go over that you have to follow when you're on YouTube. And you could scream about your First Amendment rights as much as you want, but YouTube is a private company. So you still have to follow their rules. And that's where a lot of things went wrong for Molly. She didn't follow those rules. I suspect it wasn't just her recent hate speech that got her taken down, but the doxing. I don't know if holding her thumb over that driver's license was considered doxing or not, but there's other things out there being done that would be. I think calling Mallery by her dead name might be considered doxing, and that was done. I'm trying to think. There's just several things, and then I don't even know all the things in the past. Like I said, they can go back to the very beginning of Molly Go Lightly, to when she first joined YouTube and her first deleted stream, and they can review that if they want, and they do sometimes. And then, there's the people have suspected that she was buying subs. Now, I'm not going to make that claim because I don't know if she was or she wasn't. I don't have any proof of it. But if she was, they would find it out when they reviewed her channel. So that could have been another thing. There are just so many things that can take a channel down. But I don't believe that it was from people tweeting on Twitter, hey, Team YouTube, look into this. Because that's not the same as mass flagging at all. You can sit there and scream it all you want that it is, but it's not. Call me crazy. But if you do a tiny bit of research into it, you'll see that it's not. And there are some great channels who have went over it. Let me put that here. And I'm going to share. Sorry, I was going to put this if anybody wanted to chat. Then I want to share one of those channels. So mods, if you can put in, let me see, which one do I want to go with first? Oh, Chronicles. Let's go with theirs because I think everybody's seen this. It's short and sweet, but it's to the point, and it's so good. And Chronicles is so good. They do such a good job of. Sorry, guys, I'm still getting the hang of this. We'll get there. But Chronicles of the Shady does such a good job in bringing
all over his page. I need you guys to go
facts and the receipts. Do you guys hear that okay when it is playing? Because it comes really loud through my headphones. These are headphones I'm not used to.
Guys, I need you guys all over his page. I need you guys to go ahead and just start slamming him, reporting him, doing whatever you guys do best. It's time to take his page. We're going after his page now.
Right? That is the link you go to get actually a hold of YouTube, and you make sure these people suffer the same fate I suffer. You know what I'm saying? The turtles are massive. We're a large group. Take over the Twitter realm and make sure justice is served. You know what I'm saying?
And I wanted to be cute. I wanted to be cute. There was a hate channel, a new clip channel. It just reached.
Why are clip channels always called hate channels? Can anyone answer that for me? Just because you feel, there are some channels, some clip channels out there that absolutely are hate channels. I won't disagree with that. There are some that are just hating the crap out of people. But don't put all of them into that category.
1,000 subs. You know what I did? I hit him with a copyright. You're gonna have to wait a little longer for that fucking monetization, motherfucker, just to be cute. That's why I do it. I'm very calculated. I can take some channels down right now. You click channels, because let me tell you something. YouTube's picking up a lot of my shit. And you can scroll the faces, you can put little things on it, but YouTube's still picking it up.
So if you strike a channel before they're even monetized, then they have to wait so many days before they can even apply to be monetized afterwards. I don't know if it's 60 or 90, but I think they just have to wait for that strike to completely drop off. So if you are, at the cusp of getting monetized and someone puts a strike on you, and then you're having to wait, 2, 3 months before you can then apply for your monetization, that sucks.
Like I said, I don't need to ask anybody anything about them. If I want to know something about you, I will know everything there is to need to know about you. Literally everything. I'll know where your children go to school. I'll know where your parents live. I'll know whether your grandparents are dead or alive. I'll know where your sister lives. I'll know where your aunt and uncles are from. I'll know where you're born from. I don't need to ask people about their past because I will have it in print in front of my face. So, again, I suggest.
Why does she need any of that? I don't need any of that on Bullhorn Betty. Now, I know there are channels that cover her and cover her past and cover the things that she's done. But when I call out her behaviors, I don't need any of that. I don't need to know how many times she was arrested or any of that crap. Now, when we showed JLR's pattern of behavior and how it still continues today, yeah, we discussed it. But why does she need that on someone that just because she doesn't like that they're showing stuff about her? Doesn't make sense to me.
Just you do your due diligence on me before you start running your trap. Just saying. Just saying.
Everybody, all these people with all their investigative skills, they'll find that person. And guess what? Whoever finds that person and exposes who she is, they're going to get super chats up the ass.
Yeah.
Hey, $500, guys.
Well, there has been a name floating around, but I don't know if it really is truly her or not. And
Is that when they were looking for who Burnt Toast is? That's before my time, but I think that's when they were looking for who Burnt Toast is. Which Betty said something really horrible about her, but ugh.
Oh, he's been reported, Hush Puppy. Trust me, he's been reported to the FBI. Believe me, he may think he's acting cool, but wait until they get a hold of him. He steps in the wrong place. I mean, they're probably following him now. He's been smoking pot out of his car. I've already gotten reports. They know.
Oh, I've been known. If you notice, days ago, I was already posting her pictures. For how many people have seen the pictures days ago? So it ain't like it just leaked. Remember, there was a thing that said turtles. Who was this? That was Burnt Toast. Okay.
Serious.
Mm-hmm.
Why would anybody believe who they're doxing? They can't even get true crime right where the facts are readily available.
I mean, penalty under perjury, I don't think that will be pursued, but that channel will be gone.
Yeah. So somebody with you could probably take it on. You have a higher platform than Dolly, than myself, than Jonathan. You have the ability to do it. I mean, honestly, outside of me taking it to court, and actually was looking into that. I take vitamin D chemicals are shady. Listen, let me tell you this. This is about.
I'm gonna go back so you can hear that. But Betty, you're not gonna take anybody to court. Just stop it with that whole narrative. You're not taking anyone to court. People throw that around a lot back and forth on these streets, but it costs a lot to sue someone. It costs a lot to hire a lawyer, to have that lawyer investigate it, to have it fully taken into court. Now, I know she did all that stuff with Crude AF, and so maybe she thinks she's going to do that again, but I see it thrown around by a lot of other creators, and it's just stop. Stop. That's why the smears go back and forth because the real things aren't going to happen.
I think Vitamin D Chronicles is shady. Listen, let me tell you this. This is about as much attention you're going to get.
Enough Chronicles.
Go
right,
fuck yourself.
All right.
Go
Enough.
fuck yourself. How's that for anger?
Blah, blah, blah.
I died. Oh, Chronicles must have had her really triggered that day for her to say, rah. It's insane. It's just insane. Yes, I agree, lip locked. Those who say I'll take you to court are a little bit. Hey, Crimes. Crimes runs a great show. You guys have to go watch her, and I like her fashion. She's very great style, which is very rare here on these YouTube streets with some of these characters. Oof. Yes, Burnt Toast is awesome. I do love listening to her. Go F yourself, Chronicles. When I first saw that, I really just died laughing. Like, I can't imagine being that worked up over something. Alright, let me see. Let me close out some. Got like 16 tabs open up here like Betty does. Let's go here. Okay. Nope. Am I sharing it with you guys? Nope. Sorry about that.
I was just told.
So, sorry again that it's a little chaotic this stream. I should have had a planned out better. That's one of the reasons I get a little flustered doing a live is because I like the control of videos, of taking my time, organizing everything exactly how I want it organized, and then presenting it in a small fashion. And then this, I'm like, maybe I should start writing stuff down so I'm not like jumping all over the place. But this is what I wanted to talk about with Laura. Now, I clipped a bunch from her live stream the other day, but then I saw this morning, and it talks a lot about a lot of it. So I thought, let's just go through it. Let's promote Tragedy Pimps Exposed because she is an amazing channel as well. And oops, I hit the wrong thing there. And she's already got several points that I wanted to hit on in this video.
That I lost the vote. Apparently, Perplexed QT, while watching a murder trial of a child, decided to put a vote about who has the smallest penis.
Are you serious?
I have that.
She put the Glare, Unirock, or me. And I'm tied with
During a trial, is she playing Gannon's trial?
Yes,
and she put down and say,
here's the screen. Here's the screenshot. You can look at it.
So I saw this yesterday for the first time. What do you guys feel about that? So she's playing a trial, Gannon's trial. And this case, like, I'm sad that I didn't dig into it before it went to trial. This case is tragic. It breaks your heart. I mean, there are parts so far in the trial where you want to cry. You can't help but cry. And the things that, his stepmom did to him, I got goosebumps now just thinking about it. It is horrible. Absolutely horrible what happened to this. I call him a baby. I call my 21 and 22-year-old babies. But it is horrible what happened to this baby. Okay, Tim, I'll switch over to that screen. Thank you, love. I got my phone and my laptop open, so I'm doing. And she took and put a poll. Are you there, Tim?
What's up?
Okay, hang on. So she took and she put a poll in the live stream where she's playing this trial. She's streaming this trial. Was it who had the bigger or who had the smaller?
The smaller.
The smaller. And then she tries to justify it. Does anybody else think that that's completely inappropriate, but not just inappropriate, it's completely disrespectful?
Well, besides being a fucking childish, I mean, like, let's be real. And also, let's kind of think about this. If a guy did that and came up there and says, which woman has the smallest private part,
Oh,
or
you're
which woman
so
has
right.
or the largest boobs, they would be fucking completely yelled at. And I found it very funny that one of the people that keep on calling me a predator, thinks I'm weird or stuff. One of the people in our chat that does that all the time is they're voting on who has the smallest penis while on a murder trial of a child. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sleuth Mom. Drama and a child's murder should never go together. I don't care how many disclaimers you put in your YouTube description. This was vile. If the Glare, if Benny Keys, if AB, if I can't think of other male creators off the top of my head, but if the three of them are streaming the trial, which Glare is, and like B Tim says, they put up a poll about who's the ugliest female YouTuber, not even talking about their private parts, but just put up that poll, they would be raked over the coals.
Yeah, there'd be like
and rightfully so. So.
There'd be dozens of clip channels about it. There'd be tons of streams about it. It would be it would be gigantic. It'd be huge. People would be wanting them to be like get struck and everything. Lord, I mean, that's just how it is. It's just how it is. So, it's the same thing with Betty. Betty has charges of domestic abuse, and if a guy did that, I mean, look at what happened to the Glare. He has one thing in his past. You had people pulling that shit up and attacking her with it. Betty, it's like everyone kind of jokes about it and forgets about it. You know what I mean? I just think it's a little weird. It's a little weird.
So I agree with Rennie right here. So let me get this straight. The cold-blooded murder of a child. And I'm sorry, I use the words here. I don't care if it takes the monetization of my stream or whatnot. But we use the word suicide. We use the words murder. Like, this is real life. Those are real things, and we're going to use the real words. But I appreciate you not doing it in chat or whatever. I know some people are triggered by it, but that's just me. I'm going to use them. But the cold-blooded murder of a child evokes thoughts of penises. Yeah. Why did she? I didn't watch her stream on that. Why did she even do the poll?
Because she had 80-something people watching, and basically no one watches her for true crime because she's like, doesn't really do true crime. She does like drama, and then she just once in a while does true crime badly, like really badly. And she's lazy, so she probably saw everyone else getting lots of views. Like, for instance, Sleuth Mom's getting 200 to 300 people watching. You got a lot of people. You got Chasing Truth getting 500 watching. So she thought, hey, I could just live stream this and just sit on my ass and do nothing, and then let me throw in a poll there so I can just kind of like get some views, extra views.
Is she commentating during it? Like,
I don't know. I didn't watch her.
I've been splitting my time between Chasing stream and the Glare stream because they're both streaming it, and so I just been popping. And then yesterday I just listened.
Everyone's streaming it.
through the I just listened through because I didn't even chat anywhere yesterday. But well, I did a little bit in the morning before we took off. But yeah, everyone is streaming this trial. Like I wake up in the morning on trial day and there's literally
Yeah.
7 to 10 streams going strong about it, which is great. I love that they're doing it. This information, that woman's face deserves to be put out there, and what she did to Gannon definitely needs to be told. So I'm glad that they are all doing that, but I've never, I just can't believe that she
Well,
did
I
this
mean,
during his
Betty.
trial.
Like scientific skeptics got to say this in this. I'm not sure if he does it says in this clip, but he does say in this stream that Betty literally puts the live stream up and then leaves it on while she goes to a Trump rally and on the beach and doesn't even
Yeah,
commentate. Just
yeah.
streams that. That's like she's just complete. So they're lazy. They're not true crime at all. They're drama channels that pretend to be true crime. They're not real true crime, and unfortunately, they've tricked a couple of their audience members.
hmm They've tricked quite a few people. Well, I say quite a few people, but I was watching some of Six Up Media's stream when I got up this morning, and I'm guessing not a lot of people are over on Kick as they were hoping for. That's what I took away from parts of that stream that I watched.
Kick's a horrible platform. Don't join it. It's a waste of time. I mean, basically, Kick is funded by Stake.com. You know what Stake.com is?
Is that that's the gambling platform, right?
Yes, the crypto
Yep.
gambling platform.
Yep, crypto gambling.
Basically, what they pay their what they did is they pay like people on Twitch in the early days like $50,000 to $200,000 a month just to play crypto gambling, and usually there's been a lot of controversy with Stake. One of the things is that a lot of people believe that they've been allowing their big streamers to have great odds of winning, and then they would never take home the winnings, but they just look like they're winning constantly on their platform, and just so that they could trick people to think it's so easy to win. Another issue is that most of these gambling sites, it's illegal to act, like they don't verify your age. So a lot of people have been using VPNs, either to gamble there, when they're not supposed to in their country because it's illegal, or just to be like not of age. And when they try to collect their money, they can't collect their winnings, either because it's illegal or in their country, or it's just basically they're probably very young. For instance, like Aiden Ross has a lot of his audiences are really young. He has like 50,000 people live watching him on Kick right now. And he used to have a lot more. And basically what happened is Twitch finally acted and says, hey, we're going to get rid of gambling, live stream gambling on our site. So Trainwreck, I think, is a big live streamer. Basically,
that I read about him when I was doing my research on Kick. He's the one I read about was Trainwreck.
Yeah, he basically made up some ridiculous thing where he says, I really care about the content creator. The content creator is going to get so much more money when I do this platform. But it turns out like the real reason is that, Kick is just a loss leader. Just like if you went to a restaurant, they lose money on the hamburger, but they make money on the beer or the drinks. It's not a profitable company. The main profit is that basically it's to advertise crypto gambling and other things. And
so you don't see it taking off?
No, I see it at one scale, because what's going to happen is eventually legislation is going to catch up to them, and it's going to make it complete. It's going to completely make it. I think it's already illegal, but I mean, I think they're going to probably realize it, and it's going to close it down, and they're going to have to remove it. And without that, there's not going to be a lot of people actually going to the website. So it's a waste of time. That's why we were joking if Laura was like really just sabotaging Molly, because like you would go to Rumble, you would go,
Yes, that is a good point. She could be just trying to sabotage Molly. That's stuff I was going to go over. I have I'll check while this is playing here for a second and see if it's loaded. I took about 20 minutes, I think, out of Laura's stream that I wanted to discuss.
Did you fall asleep?
Dude, like, I'm not gonna lie, it was tough.
Yeah.
It was tough. Let's
There's
just
a-
play this video.
Yeah, you go.
That's why I thought it was hilarious.
Wow,
yesterday. I
that's
made the
during a
mistake.
child's trial.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of sad I lost. I was kind of hoping I would win and I would beat the
It's not the
Glare.
point.
I'm just joking. I'm trying to make a light of a.
I made the
terrible
mistake
situation.
yesterday of clicking
No,
on.
she put that out during the child's trial.
Well, look at the chat. Look at the.
Okay, here we go. This is what she put out. Who has the smaller penis? The Glare, Unicock, this name's Unirock, or B10? First of all, why is she even throwing you in there?
Because she doesn't like me. Because I talk shit about. Because basically I talk shit about her. I always make fun that she doesn't make any fucking sense with any of her logic. All her arguments are garbage. It's just the same shit over and over again. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real. And I'm probably like the only male creator that she could probably think of. You know.
Yeah. Well, I know you co-host a channel, but to me, it just, your channel that you co-host isn't just true crime, though, is it? Because I've popped in there, you guys like hot topics and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I do anything I just have fun with, or I want to be. That's interesting. I don't do like I'm telling you now. I don't do true crime.
You
If
don't
review
these guys though.
No, I haven't done Perplex at all. Actually, I defended Perplex a while ago. Yeah, I defended when she was being when Jim Terry tried to go after her kid. I defended her multiple times actually in the past. I've never made an actual video on my channel like attacking or going after her Perplex. Usually it's on Queen Bee. And if I'm on like my channel, it's usually just it's not a true crime. It's just like I like talking about old cases that are like 40, 50 years old sometimes. And then I talk about hot topics and shit, stuff like that.
I think that's what it is. When I've been in there, you guys were covering old stuff, which I loved. That one serial killer, where was that you guys talked about? Was very.
There's a few.
The one that got let go after like a few years because that's the law in their country. He had killed like a ton of people.
Oh, you're talking. Yeah, I know what you're thinking about.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but anyway, we'll get back to this. But that was a very interesting story you guys shared.
These channels, that's how they pretend to be true crime channels. Is they just steal someone's stream of a court case and they go off and do their chores. So I thought it was funny. Like yesterday, Betty Bullhorn. I made the mistake of listening to Laura for a while and Betty because I actually was interested in if they had any opinion about Molly's channel going down or what their chats were saying. And of course there was very little. But Betty Bullhorn just left the stream on, and there was no activity on her stream for like an hour and a half. And then I go to watch the news, and her and JLR are at the MAGA rally. So I thought it was so funny that she leaves her channel streaming, probably hoping that her stolen content without any value added commentary is going to be getting her super chats while she's off doing something else, not even running her channel at a political rally. I thought that was just so.
Okay. So she had a stream going about, she was streaming a true crime trial, and then she leaves it up and running and just goes off to a rally.
Didn't you see the picture of her with the flag? Don't show me. That was the time she did that.
Oh my god.
And then she's going on drama and she's going after people. It's like she's a weirdo.
So she had two streams going at once?
Yeah, pretty much. Like she's just, that's what I'm saying. Like these people are just lazy. They're not real.
Why not just direct people to wherever the stream is going to be and do your stream on your Trump rally thing? Because
Betty's not really a true crime person. She's a political hack that wants to use true crime. That means to get people to follow her. She's a fascist, basically. That's what she is. You know what I mean? Like she failed in all her. She's a person who desires power. And she uses like this guise of I protect the children to basically get either money, donations, or authority over people.
Advocates, yeah. Mm-hmm. I guess.
Funny. stealing someone else's stream. You're not using it for fair use. You're hoping to make and you're monetized and hoping to make money off that while you're doing something else. I mean,
And look what Laura's doing.
Oh, she must have had it sped up. It wasn't sped up earlier, so I thought, oh, let me speed it up. But which that's fine. I totally do that throughout my clips.
You
That's
believe
not
which I
professional.
just saw that BTIM thing that she was doing. That's ridiculous. That's
these are
Yeah,
people that claim to be advocates and professionals.
Laura, this is just another example of why you will never be considered a true crime channel. You are true slime. You and a lot of other people.
I like that word, true slime.
Gannon and his family deserve so much better.
Yes.
While you sit there making a mockery in his name, making money on Gannon's name, his parents are in a courtroom in agony, trying to seek justice for their son. They have endured this for 3 years already. Grow up and have some respect. This is an article I found from westernslope.now.com.
Before she says this part, I just wish that I could do a slow clap for Tragedy Pimps Exposed right here. And I hope a couple of mods are dropping this link in her channel because that is so freaking true. This family has been dealing with this agony for 3 years, and you're going to run a stupid poll about men's penises? What?
Yeah. Also, I mean, I don't even think I don't even know if she actually covered the whole Gannon situation years ago, to be honest with you.
I have no idea. If anyone knows, when I wasn't, on YouTube when Gannon's case was around, and unfortunately, I never even, heard about it in my true crime circles. But
there's a couple of people. I'm sure I know Sleuth uncovered. I know,
I did. Chasing.
Yeah,
I know they
I'm
did.
pretty sure she did. Maybe even Greg did. But it's funny how these
Probably.
people, they just basically, like Betty will just cover, just start streaming a hot topic, and she never covers a case that when it's not popular. Because I remember when I was watching when she was actually just discussing the Canyon case, and she'd get 30 people watching, 20 people watching. It was not a popular situation to talk about. But all of a sudden, Charles gets lots of views. Betty starts live streaming it. You know what I mean? I find that very interesting. It just tells me what her priorities are. Her priorities are not trying to be voice for the voiceless. Her priorities are not trying to actually live stream, try to spread awareness for cases that are not getting attention, using her platform to do that. She wants to just basically stream with the hot topic to make money. And that's all it is. It's all about money. It's all about money.
Natalie said that she did cover it. Okay. Well, she did. If she covered it, that's even worse in my book. If she covered it, then she knows all
Betty?
Horrible. I think she was talking about Laura covering it.
No. Yeah, I'm talking about Betty. I wasn't talking about Laura at this time.
I know you weren't there, but Natalie's just saying that Laura did cover it. And so if she did cover this and she did that poll, that's just heartbreaking in my opinion. But maybe I just have a different outlook and respect for victims than others.
Well, I mean, sometimes people just think of it as just a money-making opportunity. And that's the problem. When you make YouTube your actual main income and you're focused solely on this is your job, then these cases become just well, what can I make money from?
Wait, but BTIM, if that's true, and I don't, I was going to go over this a little bit in the Laura clip because she talks a lot about money on YouTube, and I don't ever fault anyone for making money on YouTube. I don't even fault any of these quote unquote bad actors for the money that they make on YouTube. Now, I do fault the way that they use it to abuse families and victims. Absolutely have a problem with that.
The problem is that when you are basically putting your whole income on the fact of these cases, it's going to kind of warp your perspective on how you should cover these cases, because you're not going to cover cases that are not going to get a lot of views and a lot of super chats, are you? If you got to pay next month's rent.
Right. Well, and my question though is if this is your source of income, your bread and butter, why the hell aren't you covering it with compassion and with empathy? Why are you disrespecting these kids and these victims instead of, giving them what they deserve? Like, it just blows my mind, because if it was my main source of income, or even sole source, or even main source, then, or even just a form of income, cover it with a little heart and compassion. It's not hard to do.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, that's what sometimes will happen.
Yeah.
When this is your main job, you're going to be like doing that, and you see it, like, in the
So
beginning.
wait, are
People
you saying that you think that it's more of a forget why they're here type of mindset?
No, I mean, I think some might, but I think, like, with them, it's kind of a like, no one's like a two-dimensional evil character that just
Right,
basically is like all evil. Maybe they
right.
had good intentions when they came here, but then the money and the fame probably warped them to the point where they just, because you got to realize, like, I don't think Betty just came out here and she's just pure evil and she just
No,
wanted
I
to
don't.
destroy people's lives just for the fun of it. I think it's just like a gradual thing where she got a lot of sycophants that said,
She
"You're
got
doing
wrapped up
great,"
in
and her ego just grew and grew, and I think she also made it her main income, and then she just basically says to herself, well, I'll cover this case because it's trending, I'll cover this case, and it's like, it's just a
it. Mhm.
gradual thing. I mean, like, that's what I think. I mean, I just don't think, like, personally, I don't think any real content creator, most of them, except with the exception of JLR, just comes here and just, like, it's just a pure evil piece of shit. I think they just, like, they were bad and they just get worse and worse and worse based upon, certain aspects. That's just my thought on it.
Well, that's an interesting thought on it. I like what True Texan just
What did
said.
True Texan say?
He said you have a bunch of Nancy Grace wannabes out there, and not many folks have anything nice to say about her.
Yeah, Nancy Grace is pretty bad. I think Nancy
Yeah.
Grace was actually didn't Betty, was it Betty or Molly that said Nancy Grace was like their hero and they wanted to be like
Molly.
Molly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that tells you all there is. I can't comment on Betty. I don't like her enough to know anything. I don't know. I mean, like, I think, like, with Betty, it's like, I don't think she, when she went out there, I don't think she just immediately thought this was going to make her famous when she went there. I think, like, a lot of people, just like the Quentin Simon thing, you saw some people that just went there because emotionally, but I could be wrong. And I think they just did it completely wrong. And they, instead of being punished for their bad decisions and being like doing something terrible, they got rewarded. And it's kind of like that Pavlovian test situation. You ever heard of the Pavlovian test? I'm trying to remember if it's the correct way I'm saying. It's a test where it's like a dog. They tested whether the dog will drool for certain, like, for aspects, like kind of like for good behavior, they would give treats or something like that. I'm trying to remember the exact experiment. So, but the idea is that you basically reward them for behavior, certain behavior, and you get
Yep.
them to. So that's what I think. I gotta pull up the test again.
That's a very good possibility if you think about it, and maybe it was before this, but for me, they're perfecting their true crime parasitic behavior and all that happened during Gabby Petito's case. That's when I took notice of these actors, is during Gabby Petito's case, and they saw that attention that it brought them.
Response. Thank you. Probably response. Thank you.
So, oh, Pablo's dog, yes. So, yeah. And so they saw that attention and they wanted more.
And this is just a portion of the article. I will put the link in the description. Gannon Stock's mother overcome with emotion. The prosecution opened by presenting a picture of 11-year-old Gannon. The photo and the first words of the prosecution's case immediately sent Gannon's biological mother, Landon, running out of the courtroom, overcome with emotion. Both the prosecution and defense brought the details of Gannon's death, how he was stabbed 18 times and then shot 3 times, all in his bedroom. The defense is not denying Letitia killed Gannon, stuffed him in a suitcase, and drove 1,300 miles to dump his body off a Florida bridge. For credible information about Gannon, you can watch the trial live via Sleuth Mom or The Glare as well. He's also covering it. I'm not sure if he covers it every day, but he's covering it. Also, the Glare made a great catch-up video, and I'll link that in the description. I will also link Sleuth Mom's Ganon playlist as well. She is very thorough. She has things from right from the beginning, all the stuff that went on Facebook, and it's very interesting to see it all coming out now in the trial.
I wanted to skip ahead because I wanted people to remember why some of us cover true crime. Some of us, why some of, you know, there's some really great creators out there that cover true crime. And this little boy's smile is one of the reasons why. It just makes me sad that someone would even think to add a poll about YouTube creators' penises while covering that sweet little boy's trial. It's just insane.
Well, it just shows the priorities. Like their priorities. You know what I mean? It's just about views, man. Some of these people and whatever gets them views will work. And a lot of times they try to mix drama with true crime. And it's like, that's not appropriate. It's not about you, it's not about you, the story. The story is about, the victims and what they went through. It's not about your personal drama on YouTube. That's the situation. And a lot of these people just take the skin of like pretending to be true crime. They're not. They're just absolutely not. Because they've forgotten the most important thing, and that's the victims. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely correct. They have completely forgotten. I think they forgot their why.
Yeah.
Why they came here, why they decided to start covering these things, why they, because some of us, if we're in true crime, we feel a pull to it for a certain reason. And, I have my reasons. I'm sure you have your reasons. They probably have those. I would hope they have those same reasons, and it wasn't solely for cash. But I think that they've definitely lost track of their why.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
And what happens is these victims and their families and their loved ones get hurt in the process. And that's not fair.
Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, that was a good video. I liked the damn piano. It's pretty sad actually.
Yeah, when you add that music to it, it totally gets you in your feels, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With me anyway. Okay, so let's go through this real quick. Oh, Mo's back here. Hello, Mo.
How you doing, Mo?
Good morning, DeetS. Good morning, B-Town.
How you doing?
Oh, Mo. How are you, love?
I'm okay. I could have been better. I typically don't look at children's cases because I emotionally and mentally can't handle it.
Yeah.
But the
It's hard for a
fact
lot of people.
that she would choose to put up a poll about teens in the midst of that case is totally disrespectful.
Yeah.
And I don't know how she thought that was okay. And it makes me sick. And then not only were you disrespecting the child and the family, you, in my personal opinion, she disrespected B Tim. She disrespected everyone she put in there because
On the list.
that
Yeah.
was meant as a shot. But you sit around and act like your girl didn't deserve to be taken down. What happened to Molly because of Molly.
Yep.
She wasn't mass reported. That didn't happen. She did some foul stuff and YouTube reviewed her, even though they should have reviewed her probably at least 3 years ago. They didn't. You know, the bottom line is that in a lot of these communities, when you silently, not you or B10 personally or anybody in this chat, when you
Genius.
silently endorse people by not saying anything, that's a problem. And she's been a problem here for a long time. She was being racist with trans bashing, whatever it is she done.
Yeah.
You know, eventually the wall will fall. And it's sad, but what old girl did with that pole in the midst of that kid's trial, that's just foul.
Yeah, it's gross.
And I don't understand it. It's past gross. I don't. Ugh. It makes my head hurt. Why would you do that? What could make that okay? Can anybody answer that question?
I
What would
can't
make
think
that
of
okay?
any reason someone would have to justify that. Now, Laura tried to justify it by stating that she has in her description that viewer discretion advised, basically. But that still doesn't justify the action. It doesn't.
She should have said viewer stupidity advised, because that's what it was.
Hmm.
There was no reason for you to do that. That wasn't right. You objectifying these men for your own sickness. What if it had been a man creator that wouldn't have done that? It would have been complete outrage. I'm thinking
Oh, yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. Absolutely would have been complete outrage. Men are
it would have been
victims
complete
too,
outrage.
and there's a whole narrative happening here that they're not,
I
or they
think men are actually past victims. It's just not spoken about enough because no man wants to feel
men
like they're
struggle with talking about what has happened to them, and
yeah, it's hurtful. Like I
it's
can remember Cam talking about his abuse.
mhm.
I don't cram from cracking cases.
Yeah.
Talked about his abuse and how he suffered abuse to make sure his brother didn't have to suffer. It's pretty deep. But stop treating men like they are humans just because they're physically stronger,
Mm.
scientifically stronger. They have feelings too. And I hate that. I don't like what she did to B Tim or the rest of them because I listen to B Tim all the time, and B Tim is completely objective. He's a sweetheart. Now that don't mean he ain't gonna drag you if you don't deserve to be drugged, because he will. But as long as you're doing what's right, he has nothing bad to say about you, and he's a good guy. B Tim, why are you so quiet?
Oh, I'm just letting you talk. That's all. I like to just, let other
He's
people talk.
soaking it in.
I'm
Soaking
pretty
in.
sure you got something to say. What you got to say? You always got
No,
something
I
to say.
agree with you with a lot of things you're saying.
Yeah.
I agree
I
with you.
love your laugh.
Yeah, it comes out rarely.
Whenever you crack up, I lose my crap. I'm like,
Yeah,
there he
I
is.
think
You might
I
need to
think I
clip
laughed.
that.
Yeah, I laughed. I think when I saw the views that Molly was getting on Kick, that made me laugh a lot.
Yes, you did. You were
63 people
weak.
watching.
Oh, that was
I was
rough.
like, oh my god. And I'm thinking to myself, Laura, you gave her that advice. No, the heels. It was just the pole, basically. That was
Yeah.
the pole. But I was in the
Heels is
pole.
there, high heels.
Good
Her
morning.
strong self.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it just feels good to have people
Well,
fighting for the right thing. So I applaud both of you. I applaud everybody who wants to fight
mhm.
what's right.
I mean, my personal opinion is that I don't mind people talking shit. I don't mind the polls. To be honest with you, it means absolutely jack shit to me,
Hmm.
especially from
I
Laura.
understand.
I just think you should just do it separately. I think you should just do if you're gonna do a drama stream, do a drama stream. If you got to do a murder trial, do a murder trial. If you got to do true crime, do true crime.
Yeah, why put
Don't
them
mix it.
together?
Yeah. I mean, like, it just makes
Yeah, it
no
was just
sense to me.
disrespectful.
You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, I'm not really worried if I lost the poll or anything. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't hurt my feelings at all. It's just not a big deal. But for like to put that combination with the two is very weird, and they should just basically separate the two. It's not.
Yeah,
a good idea.
what if his dad would have looked at that stream?
Yeah,
Because
that's what I think
unfortunately, a
of.
lot of people a lot of times when you have victims' families, they'll look at stuff because she's always tagging, hashtagging stuff. His dad might go on and look at that.
Well, you know what?
How would that make him feel?
That's a very good point. I mean, you have Brandy Neal that watches. I've seen many occasions where people who are like, their family members are missing or presumed dead or dead, go and watch these streams. And that's why I'm very careful, when I do that. It's not good. Because, I mean, until you actually have to sit in the panel and hear someone cry their eyes out, and you're like sitting there, it's like, what the hell can you say to this person? You kind of sit there and this person's crying. It's like, what the hell can you say to console this person? Because the truth of the matter is, it's like, it's nothing you could say can console them.
Absolutely nothing you can say will help a victim to console a victim or their family.
Yeah. So
and if people don't understand it, that's another thing that aggravates people about tragedy pimps. Because someone from someone's family, whether they're missing, whether they've passed on, it's a child, an adult, whatever the case may be, because of your hashtags, and a person may just be looking for some sort of comfort or just looking for the fact that someone has, made it more visible to the public, and they go and they type in their family member's name, and then they have to see them being ridiculed or what could have happened here or what they did wrong. Just the fact of how hurtful that is.
Yeah.
Like in Brandy Neal's situation, she wasn't home when what happened. They've proven that the dad didn't do anything. In Don Wells' case, Don wasn't home. Contrary to popular belief, he wasn't home. I mean, not even gonna go into what he may or may not feel, but at the end of the day, they're all victims.
Yep.
They've lost someone.
Until we're told otherwise, they absolutely are. Until we see solid proof of it otherwise.
So how dare you make them feel any other way? What gives you the right to ridicule them? If someone could draw history in your life, what could they ridicule you of?
There has to be a fine line between having a conversation, discussing things, talking about, the case and the
You're
facts of the
100%
case
right.
without attacking families that are victims.
But unfortunately, that brings content
to
these tragedy pimps.
Oh, it absolutely
That's how they make
does.
money. It has to be a villain. It has to be an enemy. And they make villains and enemies out of victims.
But there's so many villains already in the cases. There's so much content that's bad enough the way it is. You all you have to do is talk about that stuff. You don't even have to add in more to it. There's enough.
But that's not saucy enough for them.
Yeah.
That's not what makes them money. I've watched it too many times. I've watched them manipulate the narrative, and it makes my brain hurt. They manipulate the narrative to make it seem like the parents or who else. Perfect example. When Betty went, I'm sorry, I'm sitting up. When Betty went to look for the little boy.
Oh, JJ, yes.
And swore that he wasn't in those woods, and he was there.
Yeah.
The reason why people felt like, now, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. The reason why people her the benefit of the doubt, boy, that sucks to say that out loud. But the reason why people try to give her the benefit of the doubt is because they were like, well, she went there and she searched, but when they found the baby, most people felt like the way she looked, that she wasn't happy, because what did that cause to happen? It caused the case to close for her, because she was blaming that mama. She was blaming the mama.
Yeah.
JLR had already went there and talked to the dad. They were looking because that was another target. That would have been more money. That'd have been more weeks out in the so-called field for her job, that she would have had more content. So once they found the baby by God's grace, that deleted her content for that. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Can I respond to this question?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
right ahead. I need to run and grab something, so I'll let you respond to that.
The difference is that basically, like Queen Bee basically says, her channel is basically like the dive bar where people go there to discuss things. And a lot of people discuss like the autopsy report. And a lot of times we actually pull up the autopsy report because there's misleading information that happened. For instance, I'll give you an example with the Kylie Rodney situation, where a lot of people were kind of misreading it and kind of just like having their own conclusions about that case. A lot of people believe that case was like some sort of murder or some sort of situation where, this girl was put into the water, and we have to kind of dispel that. So a lot of times when we do talk about certain cases, it's really to disprove bad, misinformation. Also, sometimes people just want to talk about it once in a while, but if you're looking for an expert opinion on these cases, go to Gray, basically go to Sloop. Someone like actually chasing, someone who really focuses a lot of times, but you're really getting a lot of people that just want to talk about once in a while. So I don't think that's usually what happens a lot of times. Also, it allows a lot of people to kind of get together and try to dispel rumors that are been spreading around these cases. That's the situation. I hope that answers your question now.
I didn't hear anything you said because I had to run into the other room, but I agree.
Yeah, she absolutely agrees. She didn't listen to anything, but I hope that answers your question. I know it's a very fine line, and I admit it's a very fine line situation, but it's definitely something like when you have to just like prove rumors that happen in an autopsy case, not autopsy. I'm going to disprove rumors in a case like Kylie Rodney, or disprove rumors. Sometimes you have to pull up the autopsy report and you have to kind of be like, okay, well, this is false. What they're saying is bullshit here and stuff like that. And sometimes people just want to talk about a case, have like a discussion. And I don't think Queen Bee has ever said like she's a true crime, only true crime. It's like she says, it's like a dive bar.
Not at all.
Yeah, well, it's like a dive bar. You go in, a bunch of people go. I always imagine Queen Bee is kind of like a bar people go to that their day job, or they just, they have an interest in true crime. And once in a while in the bar, they talk about true crime cases while at the bar, basically. It's you're not going to get like an expert coming in there. And sometimes they talk about the scammers in the whole community. And that's what I always think about it.
So like I said, I didn't hear like what B. Tim said, but for me, the difference is not necessarily the creator, because I don't have an issue with Laura talking about those things at all. I just think that there's a time and a place. And so if this stream is kind of labeled a mix of everything, right? And like V. Tim said earlier, for him, Queen Bee's is like a bar. For me, it's kind of like, the water cooler. When I first started going there, it was just a really cool place to hang out because everybody was very chill. And then sometimes you get some of the crap thrown into it. But when you're doing a stream specifically, discussing a case or discussing, playing the trial, like this is being played during the trial of this little boy that was murdered. I feel like
that's disrespectful.
Yeah. Also, another question is lady asked us. So if Laura renamed her channel as a quote mixed content quote end quote channel, it's cool for her to do that? Question mark. Yoels just said that Laura can't mix drama and crime. It seems very. No, the problem is that you have a trial of a murder child,
Mm-hmm.
and you're doing a penis poll. Now, I am 100% sure the Queen has never done a penis poll or done some sort of inappropriate poll when she's actually live streaming about the discussion of a murdered or missing person. Usually, even like you could go to Queen Bee, she realizes that's a very bad thing to do. And that is, I don't know many channels that would think that's an appropriate behavior. Um, if you're talking about the channel in general, like yeah, Queen covers drama and she does talk about certain cases that are open, but she never just says, okay, 1 minute we're going to talk about this missing child, and next we're going to talk about how much Laura's a piece of shit. While a picture of the child is up and you're discussing it. You know what I mean? Like it's just not something you see.
Well, it would be like going over to Sleuth's mom's to watch the trial. And then in the midst of the trial, she just instantly brings up this poll talking about penises.
Yeah.
People would drag Sleuth Mom over the coals for that. Because, wait, I thought this stream, now I'm not talking about her channel or Laura's channel as a whole, because absolutely she can cover whatever she wants to cover. Everybody's free to do that. But this stream was specifically for Gannon.
Yeah. Person says again, I don't recall Laura ever saying her channel was strictly true crime. I've seen her say that she wanted to go away from the drama and then just cover true crime a lot of times. But like the issue is that you're doing a live stream of a child, a murder child, and you're doing inappropriate comments.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The issue is not the channel as a whole. The issue or what the channel's labeled as a whole. The issue was the stream.
Yeah, I mean, like I think like that's the situation, and I hopefully that answers your questions, ma'am. Anyway,
I mean,
sorry.
if it's possible, which I wouldn't want it to be possible for anybody to put themselves in the position of these victims, and I would hope that it would never happen, but unfortunately it does. But imagine if it was you and it was your child and you went onto a YouTube channel just to see how someone was, making awareness for your child, and you saw something like that, that would hurt. Do what you want to do on your channel, but be mindful. Be mindful of people's feelings and what they're going through. That's all people are saying. Do you, but just be mindful. And that's not okay. I would hate to see if the tables were turned and it was a situation where something like that happened to one of her children.
Yeah,
Somehow I don't think she would be okay with somebody doing that. And all it takes is those few quick seconds just to think.
Yeah.
Would it be okay if somebody did that to my child or me?
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure the answer would be no.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I mean,
B-Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're absolutely right there. I mean, for instance, let's say let's say something happened to Laura's family or something like that, and basically there's a trial and it's live streaming, and we decided to just like hold a poll, or we decided to throw drama in there while this case is going on. I'm sure she would have a shit fit. I'm sure she would be very fucking pissed. She'd probably be screaming at us. Okay, rightly so. And it's like that's the problem. They don't have any empathy towards other people. And you could do drama. Listen, I don't mind. It is what it is. It's the internet. Call people names all you want, but please separate the two. And that's just my thought on that. But anyway.
Well, and as we're gonna hear in this little clip that I play, we're not the YouTube police. She claims, when did everybody start being the YouTube? We're absolutely not. No one is that I'm aware of is striking or flagging her content for that or anything like that. But it's just something that happened in this true crime community that we're talking about, and that's what we're discussing. And that is our opinion on it: is that it was inappropriate. Now, it doesn't. What does that matter? What does DeetS' opinion matter? What does B-Tim's opinion matter? What does Mo's opinion matter?
Absolutely.
I don't know. But we're discussing it, and she can either anyone can either listen to what we have to say about it and say, huh, yeah, maybe that is inappropriate. Maybe that is something that, you know, shouldn't be done or shouldn't happen, and have a different viewpoint moving forward. Or they can just say, ah, these idiots are totally wrong and move on to the next thing. And that's perfectly okay too. It's okay with all their streams. But
Well, yeah, and also I would tell Sarah Jones, then Laura should follow her own advice and not watch us when we criticize her.
Yeah, that's very true, Sarah.
It's
Sarah
like
Jones.
she's.
Don't watch.
I mean,
Who
I'm
said
sorry.
that?
I'm sorry, Sarah Jones. I'm not like singling you out, but it just seems like you. I mean, you can hit the link if you want, but I just think like she never follows any of the advice she says, and she expects everyone to follow her advice when she never follows one bit of her own advice. You know what I mean? That's hypocritical. Yeah, hopefully I'm
Yeah.
using the word right. It is early in the morning. I might be a little brain dead. Hopefully.
I know, this is early. This is early.
But I guess you want to play this? I'm ready.
Yeah, let's see. Did I add it? Okay. So this was a lot, and we don't have to go through all of it, but it just kind of encompassed what has happened this week, what took part this week, and I thought it was perfect to kind of go through it and break it down.
All the haters don't need to go over there. Why? Here's why. The haters say, every single hater from Queen Bee to Makeup Mobster to Jenny Jen Savage, all of them say they don't do this for money. Kick is about money. So there's no reason for them to go over there. So there's no reason.
That's not, she says it again. That's not a cut. But I heard a lot out of that stream about how other creators, she uses Queen Bee and Makeup Mobster as an example, say that they're not in it for the money. And then later she carries on that they're doing it for the good of the community. And she is in it for the money, she claims. So nobody else needs to go over to Kick and watch them because they're in it for the money over there, and we're not, she groups us all together as a we. We're not over here. So that brings to my mind this question of money that keeps getting brought up, and it's very frustrating. And I understand it's frustrating. It's frustrating for the creators. It's frustrating for the subs that this is constantly brought up and thrown in. And it's, am I the only person who's just like, oh, enough about it already from all sides? You can make money here on YouTube covering whatever you want to cover. Absolutely. I'm not saying you can't, obviously. But I think there's a different mindset when you're doing this for your income or your main source of income or your, a stream of income versus those that are doing it as a hobby that occasionally pays out some. And I just feel like there is a difference. There's absolutely a difference. And it comes from the mindset of how you look at it and how you approach it. And Laura tells us completely that she's doing it for money, and that's fine. But she's obviously looking at it with that mindset of here to make money, here to make money. And so then you instantly think that everybody else is doing the same when that's not necessarily true. Yeah, I can have super chats on. Yeah, I can have my stream monetized. That doesn't mean I'm making a shit ton of money here, or that my sole purpose for covering this content is about money. Absolutely not. It's nice when I can take this hobby that I have created or I have dove into as an empty nester and it kind of pay for itself.
Mm-hmm.
Because this isn't free to do. And they all know that as creators. It costs me, and haven't even started paying for StreamYard yet, but it costs me about $80 a month through all the apps and all the things that I have to create the content on my channel. And so there are some months that doesn't come back. And I'm sure that that's like that for several creators.
I mean, you're doing it all for the 25 cents you've made on the video.
Right. Because videos are, especially clip channels, videos are peanuts, guys. absolute
I mean, you
peanuts.
could get
You
like
just won't make
10,000.
anything.
Yeah, you get 10,000 views, and you probably make like $2.50 probably for 10 hours
Yeah.
for 10
But
hours of work.
that's what makes you and Queen Bee and different channels, the ship, Jin, different channels amazing because it's about you telling the truth. It's
Yeah.
not about what you financially get from it.
Yeah, I
It's
mean, like,
about you telling the truth.
And like I said, I don't care what people make on here. I don't care that Laura decides to go live and talk about drama and pull in super chats and whatever her stream makes. I don't care. Why should anybody else care?
yeah, I don't care people
Yep.
making money. I just think like my personal opinion is that sometimes people's opinion, like what they try to cover, is influenced by that. So, you have to recognize that when you make this your full-time job, you got to think, okay, what's going to pay the rent? What's going to pay the bills? And you kind of do that way. Now, is there anything wrong with covering cases respectfully and discussing the facts of the case and try to, get that? No, there's nothing wrong with making money from that because you're doing a service. That's the difference. You're doing a service. You're spreading awareness. You're spreading with the right information, just like like what other people might consider like news. I don't think YouTubers are not news people because there's other things, but you're doing a service. What these people are doing is not a service. They're old. For the lack of knowledge they're spreading on awareness, they throw in drama because that's just easy. It's a lot lazier to basically say, well, this person's a piece of shit, and we looked up the mother's background, and she's has this, and this charge, and I think that's very sus, guys, very sus. And I looked up the background of the neighbor, and he looks sus too. Let's look at some photos and stare at the photos for an hour while I just randomly discuss, wow, what do you guys think? This is sus. It's like, yeah, they're not providing a service. So the difference is that if you are a true crime channel or something like that that provides a service, which is basically awareness or providing facts of a case, then you're doing a fair exchange where people might feel like, wow, I really appreciate this person taking time out of their day to cover this case. Here's a super chat because they're doing such a great service. But if you're a person that has no facts and no information, and then you throw in bullshit drama or half-assed theories, then you're not providing a service. You're actually making it tougher for other people. Because honestly, it makes people have to like now go to your channel and disprove the rumors. Because what happens is those people that watch the ridiculous rumors that you spread are going to go to other chats and say, I heard from so and so channel that this happened. And they immediately believe it because that channel gets 3,000 people live watching, or that channel gets 5,000. And people just believe things just because the size of the channel, not because of the facts or or what the articles they showed or anything like that, which is a really sad situation, unfortunately.
We definitely live in a lazy culture where we will accept what's told to us without doing our due diligence. But I agree with Unsupervised Maniacs here, where she says, what matters is how they do it. And then Joneson said it too. And I absolutely agree. I give zero shits about anyone making money on here. And I don't.
Hi, Jones, and hi, pretty girl.
I love her. Unless you're lying,
She's gorgeous.
manipulating, and hurting people to do it. And that's the thing. Like if you're doing those things, then yeah, some of us are going to pick up on those lies pretty easily because some of us are doing our due diligence, some of us are doing our research, and I don't think it's unreasonable for us to highlight that, to talk about that, to call that out. If you're lying about victims, you're manipulating people, you are hurting innocent people in the process. I don't care about the money that you make at all.
I got one question for you and B Tim in the chat, and then I'm gonna get down because I need to go to sleep. I worked last night and I'm tired, but I couldn't help but come up. But this is my one question: why is it that when you have clip channels, because clip channels tend to do this, or either other creators that use clip channels or just speak from their own experience, why is it that when they hear creators say things in their own words and their own words are played back to prove their lies, that you have some people that just don't hear it or believe them. When you hear people make transphobic statements and it's played back in their own words, but it's like they refuse to believe it happens. What it happened? Why is that?
I think for some people, this is something I came to realize, and it's just my opinion. So please take it for what it's worth, which is nothing. But when I started realizing about 6 months ago, some creators truly believe that they are stars here. Some creators, and I'm not going to name anyone personally, because I do watch other communities too. But some creators do believe that they are, a star in a reality TV show here on this platform as it pertains to their channel and their content. And I think in turn, some subs get so transfixed by certain creators and they pour a lot into them. So when that happens, and even if the proof is shown to them and it's shown in a short, concise manner, they don't believe it because they're so transfixed on, and I don't want to say idolize because I feel like that's too much, but they're so transfixed on the person that they have put up on a platform that they're not willing to look at what they're doing until it happens to them, until something is done personally to them. And then you'll see them jump ship.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look at everyone. Like a lot of people that are very close to Molly, they were okay with when it was happening to other people, but then when it actually happened to them, they realized how bad it was, and then they kind of woke up in that type of situation. You see it all the time, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, I mean, it's just, I think it's, also, a person you follow, you never really want to think the person you follow is doing something wrong. You often want to think the person you follow is actually, has a justification for what they're doing all the time. And it's,
One second, BTM. I don't see. I'm seeing the chat kind of go a little crazy about this Wendy V person. I don't see them,
yeah,
but
I think they were blocked. They were put in block
okay.
because they
So
were
if
like a
they,
new channel. They're not like, I don't think they're the actual Wendy V.
I don't know who Wendy V is, but if they were blocked for impersonating, that's fine. Like if someone took care of it, they took care of it. Okay.
Yeah. Um, But yeah, that situation. And a lot of times, I always often think the reason why people don't like the content creators don't like the bad ones that don't like clip channels is because it's kind of reminds you of like the Portrait of Dorian Gray. You ever read that book?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I guess Modi, have you ever read that book?
No.
Okay, so the summary is that a guy makes a deal in the 18th century. Guy makes a deal with the devil that basically he would never age, but his portrait would age instead,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's the concept is that he has, and he also like it goes to the morals and bad things they've done. So every bad act you do in that book is supposedly makes you uglier in the outside, but instead of him becoming ugly, the portrait becomes ugly and old and distorted.
Yep.
So he has the portrait hidden somewhere in his house, and he can never look at that portrait. And he just continues to never age, and people rumors. And eventually, what happens is eventually he's confronted with his own image, and it actually reverses when he does that. He becomes the monster distorted. So and the portrait becomes like him, unchanged. And basically, it's like when these content creators are confronted with their portrait, it just kind of shows them for the monsters
Who they are.
It's holding a mirror up.
I love
to
that
the
analogy.
Yeah.
It's a good book.
Yeah, it's
That's
Dorian
on
Gray.
point.
Yeah, unfortunately, the author was actually very good. He was actually more famous than like the author Bram Stoker. But the issue was that he was they found out that he was gay and they threw him in prison for that.
Yep.
So,
Very true.
and he died a pauper because of that.
And I can't speak
That was
for
a good
all.
analogy, Peter.
I can't speak for all clip channels, but I think that for myself and for others that do what they do, it's about awareness. It's about holding up a mirror.
Absolutely.
and saying, "Hey, why are you doing this to this victim or this family?" And then sometimes it's just about humor, you know? Sometimes that there are situations that take place in this alley community that's been created on YouTube that
Oh, but that awareness is extremely
Mhm.
important, Deets,
Yeah.
because basically what happens is I've been in this community since 2017, and in several communities, but in this one, I've noticed that what happens is they get how can I explain this without sounding crazy? I
New
probably
so
can't.
new people that watch them and they have no idea about the past of that person, and then
Yeah,
yeah, that's what happens a
yeah,
lot.
and they don't realize that they need to vet people. Um, what I
No,
found
you're
recently,
right.
probably over the last year, is that if you type somebody's name in and a whole bunch of crazy videos come up, you probably need to watch. All it takes is a few for you to recognize that that's a problem. But
Well, you're
they reinvent themselves.
yeah, and you're so right, Mo. There are so many new people. Like I came in November of 21 to this
Hmm.
little section of YouTube. I didn't
Hmm.
know anything about any of these people at all because I mean, their egos tend to be a lot more inflated than what they are out there in the real
Yep.
world. People don't know who most of these guys are at
Not at
all.
all.
They're,
Not
you
at
know,
all.
anyone. And so when you like you said, when you search their names and things come up, then it's like, "Ooh, let me look into what I'm actually watching." Because unlike where I said earlier, the reality TV aspect of it, unlike that, these are creators who are meddling in real victims' lives, in real
Absolutely.
stories and tragedies,
I mean,
and
yeah,
manipulating it and putting misinformation on it, lying about it,
yeah.
doxing them. And then
Hmm.
some of them are just plain out fucking around with it and creating fake fall or fake Facebook pages and completely messing with these victims. And it's
Yep.
horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about Laura when I was sitting on a panel because I never looked up too deeply into her past, and kind of
I
looked like a fool when I was defending her. I thought she was changing. I had no idea how bad it was when I actually was sitting here saying that, and that's happened to me a couple of times,
You
unfortunately.
didn't look like a fool. You look like a human.
no.
Yeah,
You don't look
that's
Uh,
like a fool at all.
well, exactly, Mo. You look like a human because you don't know what you don't know. When you don't know it, you don't know it. And I know that sounds stupid, but it's
No, it doesn't
legit.
at
If
all.
if you're
I
not
just
aware, you don't know.
I suggest this for every person that's in this chat or any other chat. If you're a sub, vet creators.
Yes.
If creators are cruddy people or good people, whatever they are, it'll come up. Just type their name up, things will come up. If they're lies, eventually, if you really care about that creator and they care about what people think about them, they'll explain it to you if you ask them.
Mhm.
But
Well,
vet them.
and I think that's another reason that some clip channels are extremely important because a lot of stuff gets deleted, and
Yep, and they
you
catch every bit of it.
yeah, and you don't know what happened, and so all you have to go off of is what someone is telling you. I'd much rather watch it for myself, learn it for myself, and then make my own decision. And that's what I encourage
Absolutely.
everybody to do. Don't just take my word for anything. Like when we were
Do
talking
your
about,
own investigation.
yeah, terms of service and stuff like that, it's very easy to go out and research that stuff, guys, if you truly care. If you truly sorry about that. If you truly care, it's very easy to go and research
Yeah,
those
because
things.
all of us, I don't know about you or B10, but I know for me, when I came to YouTube, I was going through some serious things in my life. The death of my mother, a whole lot of things that happened. And although I had my family here, the extra time, the extra hours that we weren't around each other because they were at work or at school, my mind was just like running around. and I just needed something else to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be very careful with that, because you're looking for some place to belong, some place to be. That's our innate feeling as human beings to want to belong. It's
Yeah.
our innate feelings as human beings to want to share our life with somebody, tell somebody else our secrets.
Mm-hmm.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous, and you have to be very careful who you tell those things to too. A lot of these people, they get involved with these creators and they tell them their life stories. They
Right.
tell them about their children, about their jobs, and then the creators get mad at them, and the next thing you know, their whole life is out in front of YouTube.
Yeah.
So just be careful. Don't think that if you see a creator dox somebody or tell their life story, that they won't tell yours. If
That's
someone
very true.
has a criminal history, come on now, grow up. Someone has a criminal history. Just like they lied on Queen Bee, talking about she manufactured drugs and sold drugs to kids. Snap out of it. That didn't happen. And if I wasn't here for it, but Queen Bee released her own history. But
Right.
I'm saying, at the end of the day, we're all humans. We all make mistakes. Get over it. As long as somebody's not murdering somebody or hurting children, get over it.
Well, when you're
Please
using
get
it
over it.
as a tit for tat and a back and forth and
No,
attack.
I'm not saying get over it like that, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying the impact of it. Don't allow it to affect you like that, especially when you don't know the truth. Well, they said this, that, and that, and that about her, so I'm not going to be there for her anymore. Stop it. Come on now.
Yeah. No, I
How
agree.
many things has everyone done they haven't been caught for doing? Let's be honest. You
Well,
want to talk
and
about somebody having a speeding ticket or driving drunk? Well, I don't drive anything, but if you want to talk about that, you have to reflect back on yourself. Reflect on yourself. Reflect on your own life. Reflect on your own mistakes for you before you just completely dismantle a person's character for things that you probably done yourself. If that
well,
makes any sense.
it does make sense, Mo, and it leads here into what Charles says, which is that Betty has been through a lot. And Charles, maybe she has.
Who?
It sounds Betty, and it sounds like Betty
I'm
has been
staying
through
out
a
of that.
lot. So my question is, if Betty has been through a lot, and you listed some of her traumas in the chat, I'm not going to put them up on the screen, but if she's been through those things, why is there not more compassion and more empathy towards victims in these cases?
Because she don't care.
Because I've been through some things. I'm sure B Tim and Mo have been through some things.
Everybody has a story.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody in this chat has been through some things. Do you attack victims like Dylan because of the things that you're through? Or do you have some personal growth because of the things that you have been through and use it to show compassion and empathy?
Amen.
That's all I'm
How
asking.
can you keep asking people to be humane when you're not humane yourself?
Mm.
How does humanity only come at your own convenience?
Well, it's because you want them to be humane to you, but not to the other people, obviously.
Exactly.
And someone else mentioned earlier about like, why is nobody covering Natasha Cooper? I've said this before. I'm gonna say it again. I cover who I want when I want, just like any other person covers, when they cover a true crime case. Like I just put up a story about Mo, your camera's on. I don't know if you meant to, babe. I put up a story about Oakley Snow. Nobody's really covering Oakley. I mean, at all. If I want to cover something, I'll spend the time covering it, and I don't fault anyone at all for covering this case or that case or this person on YouTube or that person on YouTube. I don't know who Natasha Cooper is, and it sounds like I don't need to know who Natasha Cooper
Isn't that
is.
the recliner lady?
That's what I've heard, yeah. But I've never once
Exactly.
once.
I mean, I think there's
watched
enough
the stream.
people that have called out Natasha Cooper for quite a
And
while.
that's another point. Just because your favorite clip channel or a clip channel you watch, like Heels or someone, or Jonesin, and I'm just seeing their names. So just because they're not covering that person doesn't mean that there's not a clip channel out there that is covering.
Also, doesn't
that
she
person.
like? Isn't her? Is she banned from YouTube and she just makes a new channel every single time, and then when it gets noticed, it gets banned again?
That's what
Yep.
I've heard, but I don't know. I
So,
can't
like,
verify
what
that.
what else
That's
do
true.
you? I mean, what else do you want people like? YouTube
Mhm.
has enforced their terms of service to got rid of this person. I mean, like, it's just how it is. I,
Oh, Charles, are you Marshmallow? Is this Marshmallow?
Charles.
He says Betty has only resented her haters. No, no. I've
You
I've
made
watched
that
her
up.
go off on a lot of people that aren't her haters.
Yeah.
Y'all are.
Well, I mean, of course, there's worse people on the platform. I mean, like I don't think anyone has said that they are the worst in general. I think I think they're pretty much the worst in true crime, in that genre. When it comes JLR, I think I said that about JLR actually. I thought he was the worst, basically.
Y'all already know how I feel about that individual.
Yeah, I've actually
You
said
did
he's
a great video on him, by the way.
Yeah,
Thank
he
you,
is
man.
he is absolutely worse. But you know what? What gets me annoyed is that these people work with him and then they send Doxx information to this guy who
So
is
that
convicted
was
of
the
identity
thing
theft.
about Molly. She said in that live stream that she was gonna. I didn't watch it, so I'm just going off of what I've heard other people say on panels. So someone please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm absolutely open to, being corrected when I'm wrong. But someone said that she sent JLR a picture
Yes, I
of
seen
that
the video
driver's
clip.
license.
I've seen the video clip on nonsense. Yeah, she basically not only sent it to a bunch of her friends, apparently, but also she
Uh-huh.
sent it to JLR, her photo ID to look up the person's background.
I know for a fact that Molly knows exactly what JLR is about because when I was on vacation, I was completely off of YouTube. And when I got back, it took me a while, but I went through my notifications and stuff. And as a creator, I do 90% of my work on my phone. I do almost everything on my phone. Very little do I hop on the laptop and do. So sometimes on your phone, through Studio, you'll get instant notifications sent to you. It's not every single comment, but I don't know how YouTube picks it, but sometimes like the notifications will just be pushed through on my phone. And I was going through those notifications and I saw one from Molly and I was like, what the hell is getting a notification from Molly? Well, she commented under my JLR video. And so that was what, 3-4 weeks ago when she commented that basically, oh my gosh, I didn't know he was like this. I didn't know it was this bad. Someone commented under her, who are you kidding? You knew that, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, no, I really didn't know the full extent of what he had done. So I had that in mind when I heard that she sent him that woman's driver's license. So she knew. She knows the games he plays. She knew what he would do with that.
Yeah,
and
the
she
reason why
still did it.
I mean, the reason why I think he's probably the worst of them all, because he very knows what he's doing is wrong, but he does it just for the fun of it. Like he loves. I don't know if it's some sort of sick joy he gets out of it,
I think it's definitely deeper
but
than
like you can make an argument. Maybe Betty is so delusional that she actually believes she's doing something right for the kids, and she's just arrogant. Okay, you can make an argument. Molly is just, over time has just slowly become more and more out, completely crazy. And maybe once in a while she has a thought process. But JLR is just like, when I think of the worst of the worst, he's got to be the worst. I mean, like, I think probably, the only person, and it's tough. Like, there's another curator I have in my mind that is pretty bad, but I think JLR is probably worse than than her.
Yeah, there's a lot of creators that use what they have, the information that they have to just maliciously hurt people. And I agree here with True Texan. I do not hate Bullhorn Betty. just do not like her methods or content, and she shows no empathy. Hate is an emotion that destroys the person doing the hating. I agree, True Texan. I don't hate any of these creators
Oh,
at all.
I'm
I
gonna
know
say
B-Tim
this.
does.
I really do not like JLR. I particularly did not like the whole Covenant shooting like
that
comparison.
was
I don't like
vile.
how he keeps on playing around with these mass shootings
Mhm.
and not care about them and just joke about them.
I'm
And
very concerned.
and you know, like, and when he was confronted with it, did he say sorry? No, he says, "Ah,
No.
well, get triggered, Karens."
Mhm.
It's like that's what he said. And it's like, yeah, this guy is just like complete garbage human being. And honestly, whenever someone comes and then he just lies about people, you know, he lied about a lot. You know, when he doxed the Glare, he lied about that person. When he doxed Queen Bee, he lied about Queen Bee.
Mhm.
He's a fucking lie. He's the worst of the worst. He's like, he really is a bad guy.
He is.
You could,
I don't hate anyone though. I hate their actions. I hate what they do to victims. I hate
yeah.
how they treat people. I hate how they don't
I agree
love
with
their
that
fellow
wholeheartedly.
human. Yeah.
Yeah, but when do you separate JLR's actions from JLR? This guy has his entire life, every moment of his day, he has hurt someone. I mean, when he had his freedom before he went to jail, he basically stole people's identities and hurt them. When he went to jail, he hurt the states by filing frivolous lawsuits and wasting tons of money. When he comes to true crime, he hurts personal, like accusing people of murder. When has he not been a destructive person in someone's life? In his entire life, maybe as a child, maybe, but this guy is a complete destructive influence on every aspect he is. He just loves it. He's like, he's worse. He's the worst.
It's possible, Autumn. It's possible. She said, I think Betty deep down probably could be a decent person, but her ego navigates her decisions and actions. It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can make a redemption arc for Betty. You can make a redemption arc for Molly. You can make a redemption arc for them all because at one point they weren't always bad people. I don't believe Betty was always a bad person like JLR. There is a possibility that woman can just put down her bullhorn, stop fucking inserting herself in these cases, and stop and actually educate herself in the child welfare system and all, you know, and actually start talking facts and stop. But there is no redemption for fucking JLR. There is zero in my book. Zero. Maybe there's like a 1% chance for Betty and a 1% chance for Molly, but there is zero in my mind for JLR. Like, that guy is too far gone. Too far gone.
I'm very concerned because I don't know what all he went through with the mental evaluations and stuff, but I just feel like I said in my video, I don't think he's here for money. I don't think he does what he does for a monetary gain or anything like that. I think it's far deeper than, and I'm not a doctor, so I can't diagnose what it is, but it's insane.
I mean, people could disagree there's a redemption arc for Molly. I can agree. I can understand. I said a 1%, by the way, a 1%, which is a pretty low percentage.
I think, see, and that's B Tim's opinion, and I respect that.
Yeah.
And but I think there's a possibility of it for anyone. Maybe call me naive, but I'm hopeful that there's, anyone can change, except for pedos, like we talked about earlier.
We talked about
once
that
you go that route, I don't.
Once you go that way, we'll buy you a ticket to Hawaii's volcanoes so you can get a closer look.
Yeah.
But anyway,
You know, you're really good with that because I have been literally badgered for believing that people could change. On YouTube, which is one of the reasons why I don't really type in chats too much. You know, a lot of times I'm there, but I'm just listening. But this is what I will say to Molly. I'm so sorry you lost your mom. This may be an unpopular opinion. I'm so sorry you lost your mom because I lost mine. But what's even sadder is not recognizing that you needed to pay more attention to her than anything else in life while she was going what she went through. And I could be wrong, but I don't feel like she recognized that, and that hurts me. Because I'm woman enough to say I didn't recognize all of it. I recognized probably a little more than she did, because in my personal opinion, she didn't recognize anything. You know, I felt like that when her mom was through what she went through, she should have gotten off YouTube. Her mother made it clear that she did not want her life memorialized on YouTube, but Molly didn't care, unfortunately. And when subscribers and followers and viewers mean more to you than your own mother, that's a problem. You need to check yourself. You really need to check yourself on that.
I didn't
Don't do that.
I didn't dig into, or I don't like the word dig into, but I didn't cover at all Molly and her mom because I still have my mom on this earth, but my husband's mom was stolen from me,
That's a
and
blessing.
it was a horrible way that her life was taken from this earth, and the grief that happens when you lose an individual, especially someone like your mother, because your mother's, for most people, your mother's your person, and no matter what, your mom's
Man,
there
when my
for you.
mom died, I felt like somebody took the whole right side of my body off.
Yeah, it's like losing a part of you. It truly is. And I this is gonna come out weird. I'm not excusing any of her actions because of grief, but grief does make us do crazy things. And now, but with Molly, we
Mm-mm.
have past behavior and can see where it's the same. But I didn't want to address the situation with her mom, nor do I, because that is
I didn't ever want to
very.
say this, but I'm just gonna let it out. When Princess was sick and she brought Princess to her home, she cried out more for Princess than she cried out for her mom. And I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, that's publicly. We don't know what she did behind the scene and
No,
off
but
of YouTube.
I'm
And
sorry. I'm sorry. If you
yeah,
cried out for him, you should have cried out for your mom.
as of
And there was a
he's
serious difference between the two of them.
yeah.
That's what I saw because I watched. And it broke my heart. It broke my heart when she cried out for Princess. And it broke my heart when the way she cried out for her mom was quite different. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
It might be an unpopular opinion, but I'm just being honest.
Well, that's your opinion, and you're absolutely entitled to it. I just personally don't want to focus on that because there's
And
so
I
many
respect that.
behaviors, that she does that are easy to talk about, but the loss of a life, and some people, when they lose a loved one, my husband's the type of person, and I don't know if it's just a man thing, but like it took him a long time before he addressed that grief of losing his mother because some people do hold it in for a while,
I
and
understand
some
it took my
people,
husband years before he dealt with losing his best friend. He still has his parents. But
mhm,
I'm just saying I don't understand it. Your mother brought you into this world.
yeah,
And I would think, let me say I would assume that her life would be more important than anybody else's life except for the life of your child.
mhm,
Or maybe the life of your spouse. So for me personally, it did something to me. I didn't understand. If someone could help me understand it, help me understand it. But I didn't understand that. How your outpour for your best friend was more than your outpour for your mom. And I'm not trying to, maybe there's some things personal that I don't know. And
mhm.
that's not my right to know that. That's personal. But
Right.
I personally just didn't understand. I'm
Well,
not speaking for me. I'm not speaking for nobody else. I'm just speaking for me. I didn't understand that. And it broke my heart. because I was like, to me personally, I just thought there were some things that had been broken in a
Mhm.
relationship with her and her mom that I wasn't privy to understand, but at the same time, wasn't my right to understand.
Right. Well,
You
and
know,
maybe that brings up the point of when you're putting so much of your life out here, um, you have to be aware that people are going to have strong opinions on it. And
yeah. So, but
I,
if you put all those other things out for us to understand,
Mhm.
then I can't help but say, put that out for us to understand,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we can understand why you feel that way, why your emotions aren't as strong about your mom. And it's okay, because contrary to popular belief, just because someone is your parents or whatever doesn't mean everything is smooth and it works out fine.
right.
That's not how life works. It's just not. And it unpopular opinion, it makes me feel sorry for her, because I don't understand what she went through.
What?
Why she doesn't attach herself that way.
Mhm.
I don't know, and I'll probably never know. But I don't feel sorry for her on no other standing other than the fact that she lost her mom.
I,
Because I
I do,
lost mine.
I do feel sorry for her for the loss of her mother and
I
for the
feel
impact
sorry
that
for
that
her
has
on
on her
that all
family.
day, every day. Because that is an awful feeling.
It is. And
I wouldn't wish it on nobody. It's awful. I've been there. I won't say I've done that, because even over 17 years later, I still miss my mom.
I'm so
I
sorry
miss
to
her
hear that.
so much.
Yeah.
I miss her so much,
I,
to the
I
point where when I go through things in my life, I try to remember what my mom would say, what she would say to make me feel better, what she would say, because sometimes it wasn't about her making me feel better. Sometimes it was just about her telling me the truth, whether I wanted to hear it or not. I miss that. I would do anything to have her back, but that's not possible. So for anybody that doesn't understand, and I don't want people to understand loss of their mother, but I'm
Mhm.
saying be respectful of that. And in a lot of ways, I don't feel like she was respectful,
Well, and you're allowed to
and that
feel
hurts.
that way. You're allowed to feel that way and to be hurt by that because that's what you have perceived from her. Um, I think it's just a good reminder for all of us that we can either choose to engage and discuss that and approach that based on our past feelings with Molly, or we can practice what we preach and, offer that branch of sympathy, compassion.
Geez, I don't know how old you are, but you're extremely wise.
I'm not super old. I've just been through stuff in my life.
I mean,
But
you just let that be the reason.
we just don't have to do to her what she has done to these victims continually that we've seen with our own two eyes. We don't have to do that back to prove our point and to show her poor
Amen.
behavior. We don't have to do that. We don't have to go that low at
I
all.
agree with you 100%. But like I said, my heart is broken for her.
Yeah.
I wish her the absolute best. I just wish, I just hope that she thinks about everything.
Yeah. Hopefully she can, absolutely she can use it to grow and change as a person. And the loss of a loved one does that to people. And I'm not speaking for Molly here because I don't know that. But the loss of a loved one does put a lot of things into perspective. And so hopefully that is a moment that she can
It
take
should.
and
It's
reflect
it's
on.
really hurtful.
Yeah. And Captain Obvious, you are 110% correct. We will never understand the way other people grieve. And we will and there's no time
Nope.
frame on that. We don't know what is an appropriate amount of grief either. We don't know everybody's, scale of how they take trauma is different.
Well,
And
one thing
that's
about losing your mother, you never stop grieving. At least for me, I haven't. Um, I look just like her,
mhm,
so whenever I look in the mirror, I see her.
yeah. My
It
daughter
just
looks like
it
my
just
mother.
depends.
Yeah.
It just depends on. It just depends, but
Well, when you lose
it's
a
hurtful
loved
nevertheless.
one, it's like, you look at a pie, a whole like a pie graph, and
Mhm.
a piece is taken out of that. And it's not that you can replace that piece, or you could fill that piece
Never.
in with something else. That doesn't ever happen. You just
Nope.
learn and you teach yourself, and through proper resources, you learn to carry on with that piece still missing.
Yeah, you have to, because life will continue on,
Mhm.
and it's just a part of snapping out of it. My mom died. I went through a deep depression for like 5 years, and it was rough
Yeah.
to the point when one day my husband was like, "You gotta snap out of it. You
Sometimes
gotta snap out of it."
you get really low, and like you said with the depression, and it takes a loved one to pull you out of it. And sometimes, we had a family member with our loss that, they went completely off
Yeah.
the rails, and we couldn't pull them back in. And
It's
everybody
hard.
is different.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about, I talk to people who really, who aren't religion, or I've talked to people who are religion. One thing I always came to a conclusion of with death, and this is why it's kind of comforts me, is that um, when you talk to people, you kind of like you change their minds. So basically, whenever someone talks to someone, a little bit of themselves gets imprinted on that person. That person, a little bit of what they took away gets imprinted on that person. So
Mhm.
in a way, your thoughts, even after thousands and thousands of years, will eventually survive, even if you don't, and all your family doesn't. And it's a form of
Mhm.
immortality if you think about it.
Mhm.
And that the
Mhm.
fact is that you might biologically die, or you might whatever your religion is. At the very least, if you have like a thought process of that doesn't exist, as long as the human race exists, every person has ever lived had a little bit of contributing thoughts and consciousness that is connected one way or another, and they're still with us in that very much. And that's what I usually think.
Yep. And heels, I agree. I'm speaking up here solely for myself. Mo is speaking for herself, and so is B Tim. But and
Throwing me under the bus.
I
I'm
get
gonna
what.
have.
He'll
I'm
fuss
gonna.
at me.
No, she just said it's easy to be gracious when Molly hasn't done something to you. She has wreaked havoc for 5 years.
She's 100% right.
And I agree. I would never expect any of her victims. I have no expectations
I
for
mean,
her
that's the
victims
thing.
of
Like a
how
lot of
they choose to
people.
respond.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. She hasn't afforded grace to people. She didn't
Mhm.
afford grace to Dre.
I know.
I
Not one
know.
bit. Not one bit of grace to
Makeup
that fool.
monster, Alicia,
Mhm.
And
science
that's why a
girl.
lot.
She didn't
Yeah,
afford grace to a lot of them.
that's why a lot of people have a very like people might if you don't follow the history of Mali and you hear this and you're like, well, this could be a little harsh. Well, there's a lot of people that follow the history of Mali and follow the history of these people and then say to themselves, well, she's never afforded grace to anyone, and then suddenly she demands it. You're supposed to. So you know what I mean. That's why like when Mallery was kind of making fun of her, I was she didn't want to give her a day. I wasn't like, oh my God, Mallory, you're just a piece of shit. I was like, okay, whatever. I didn't have any opinion on it. I was like, whatever. This
Mhm.
woman never afforded any. I mean, this woman literally, when Dre was coming back and trying to do makeup so she could make money to pay for her husband's medical treatment because it's cost her tons of money. What does she do? She does a live stream doing makeup and insulting the woman when she knows very well that, he did commit suicide, when he did try to commit, I mean, attempted to commit suicide. And she knew that for a fact, and that this woman had nothing to do with it. And she didn't feel bad that she put this woman through hell for months and months and months. She didn't like retract her video or delete a video and say, hey guys, we got the information wrong. You know, I was wrong about what I said about her. I want to put an apology. She did nothing like that. She doubled down. Instead of just doubling down, she even set like Betty to dox and try to go after nonsense who was criticizing her. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, and then she's, you know, people want to afford her tons and tons of grace. What about the grace for all the people she's fucking destroyed their lives for? And that's what Mo's basically coming from, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nothing. I'm not going to criticize that.
Listen, Linda. Not you, Tim, but just listen, Linda. The only reason why I am affording any kind of grace, it has nothing to do with the harm she's done in the past. Trust me when I tell you that. I'm only affording grace to her for the loss of her mom. Does that mean I would afford grace to her in the next second? Absolutely not. I'm just specifically talking about the death of her mom.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason why I can extend any level of grace because I've lost mine.
Yeah. Well,
if my mom was still here, I have to be honest with you and tell you I probably could not for long.
Yeah,
but
I think like
no,
I mean like
not at all.
Yeah, I mean personally,
Not at
I
all.
don't really talk about Molly's mom because
Mm-mm.
it's not really about Molly. Why I don't talk about Molly's mom? It's more I respect Molly's mom. I respect her family.
Exactly.
I respect her. I don't respect Molly. That's why I don't talk about Molly.
And trust me when I tell you, I feel the same exact way. But what I do feel sorry for her for is that at some point or time, all of the things are going to catch up with her. And at some point, she's going to have to sit in her grievance and her grief by herself. Do I wish that on anybody? Absolutely not. But the time is going to come when she has to sit in that. And when you sit in that, you're by yourself. That is all I feel sorry for her for. Because that alone is going to eat her alive and tear her apart. And nobody's going to be able to help her. The only one she's going to be able to reach out to is God. No human being that walks to the face of this earth will be able to help her with that. Because the pain will be tremendous. Do I wish it on her? Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
I wish it didn't have to happen. But unfortunately, life and death happens. Unfortunately, we all have a story. And that just happens to be a part of hers.
Well, and that's why I hope she just takes this moment and changes. And I
She
like
won't.
I said, I get it. I know that people have a lot of strong feelings about whether she will or whether she won't, and I completely understand.
Well, at this point,
Especially
she's proven she
after,
won't. Do I hope she does? Absolutely. Because Molly is a poop head. But do I hope she'll do better? Absolutely.
Molly's a poop head.
She a whole poop head.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, she's a poop head.
That's
You're
YouTube
right.
friendly language.
Yes. Okay, we got
Exactly.
a little sidetracked. Let's get back to this.
Yeah, you can play the
this
video.
little piece here. Okay.
Reason for anyone for them to go over to Kick because they're not about the money, so they don't need to go over there. Secondly, most of the bigwigs on Kick, just so everyone knows before the haters think they're going to start shit over there, just so they know that most of the bigwigs on Kick, your biggest 15,000 subscriber, like the biggest people and the owner, have all been banned from other channels.
Okay. So these bigwigs over on Kick have been banned from other channels. They've been banned from Twitch. And
Yes.
B-Tim explained earlier why they were banned. You want to do just a quick synopsis?
Basically, they wanted to continue being paid to crypto gamble and do casino slots online. And they moved over there. And this whole site is run by stake.com. It's being paid for them. And it's a loss leader, basically. And the whole idea is that the reason why they went here is because they make way more money being paid by stake.com to advertise their their gambling product than they do with their subs, basically. You're talking about, like, for instance, I'll give an example. Aiden Ross, maybe like $200,000 to $250,000 a month from just basically advertising. You know,
Right.
maybe more. Some have made millions, and Trainwreck has made a lot of money.
Trainwreck has,
So a lot of money on gambling, and all he does is just hit the button to constantly roll those slots, and that's why they were banned. Another thing is that I think Twitch is maybe taking a little more of a stance against you know tub hot tub streaming. I mean, it gotten really bad. Like, I've seen one video, I think it was, I'm trying to remember her name, but she would do ASMR where she would just be like blowing into a mic that was like an ear and like licking it. And this is like for kids. Yeah. And she would be in a bikini, and all these women would be, and there was other hot tub streams that they were being bikinis and stuff. So a lot of them moved over there, and a lot of them have like OnlyFans accounts as well. Like, you should have heard me last night. I actually went to the site and went to like their actual women, like, supposedly hot tub streams category. And there was a woman that had a booty shaking stream where her face was shown, but she also had a camera pointed at her ass while she shake for donos. And I was like, what the hell is this? And all it does is says, you only have to click. You don't even have to be registered. All you need to do is just click and say, yes, I am over 18. Just hit the button and they will let you watch it. You don't even have to make an account to verify your age or anything. You just have to click, yeah, I'm 18.
Like I said earlier, I haven't watched any of it, but there was another creator talking to me about it, and she told me that there was a guy just streaming cute girls getting in and out of his pool, and he was getting tips like left and right. It was very bizarre.
And I'm like, this is like not going to be sustainable, because what's going to happen is number one, let's be real, you're going to need advertisers. Coca-Cola is not going to advertise for something that is illegal in a lot of states. It's legal to gamble online in some states, but the reason why they're able to get away with it is because they found loopholes. Eventually, this legislation is going to catch up, and they're going to be like, well, it's going to be either regulated or it's going to be illegal. Because number one, I think it should be illegal, to be honest with you, because at least with like an actual casino, you can actually make sure the casino is not completely just scamming you, like making the odds completely impossible. You know what I mean? Like, there's some kind of chance, there's some sort of regulation, but there is like no regulations for online gambling, and it's just not good. So the whole site is basically being run as an advertisement for slots. That's why I don't think the site's going to last.
Right. And so the point of having him explain that was that the creators that were banned from Twitch that are now on Kick, they weren't banned for reasons like Molly was banned. And so I just want you to have that in mind going into what she's about to say, because it's completely different issue and mindset.
You think and the funny thing is, Perplex, do you really think they give a fuck if people come in there and make accounts to troll? They actually probably would like it. You have to. They're probably like you do realize Trainwrecks used to do this. They used to go after like troll people a lot, and all these people used to do stuff like that. Like, they don't give a fuck if they can get like a bunch of people signing up to their websites. They'd be more than happy. So this whole idea that they're going to be like, make a safe space. Like, you ever see the South Park episode, In My Safe Space? And it's like, they think this is going to be like their safe space. They're going to go to Kick and be like, no one's going to criticize me anymore. It's like, no, ma'am.
No, there's still, it's still going to happen. But I just wanted people to keep that in mind, that the reason that these big channels were banned from Twitch and are now over on this new platform they created isn't for the reasons that Molly was banned. It's not even close. And then she's going to go through the terms of service. So just wait, we'll get into this.
Hey, wait a minute. DeetS and B-Tim, I'm going to get down. And I'm going to go down in the chat and talk to Heels when she beat me up, because I think she's probably mad at me.
I don't
think Heels is not mad at you. Don't worry.
Y'all take care. I appreciate your honesty and your love for the truth. That's what makes us all relevant.
Watch, she's gonna make a video about you. She's gonna put on heels and just get a plank of wood to represent you.
No, don't do that.
And
that look like Vinny Keys running down the hill trying to hit Molly in the head. I'm gonna need you not to do that.
Oh, Mo, we love you, and thank you for coming up and sharing your opinion.
Yeah, CoffeeZilla is a great channel, by the way, to watch.
Y'all take care. Bye-bye.
that, no.
You ever watch CoffeeZilla DeetS? I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt.
I've never watched. I've
He
never heard of
does
them.
amazing research, like really deep dive research in a lot of the financials and crypto scams. And he's like really pumping up. Like he also talks about a lot of influencers that basically have done pump and dump schemes and stuff like that. You know what a
there's
pump and dump?
yes, I do know what a pump. There's
Yeah,
a lot of
yeah,
influencers that
he
have
is
done
great.
pump and dump
He
schemes.
recently went on Joe Rogan to do an interview too. He did fantastic there, and he's like really big. He's got millions of subscribers, and he's got lots of views. And he's really smart guy, really smart guy. So I really recommend CoffeeZilla.
Okay, I'll look him up later.
Yeah, he's a great channel to watch. He actually talks about stake.com and all those things. It's really, I recommend people just watch that channel for.
So, I mean, we don't gamble. So I didn't follow a lot of the, crypto gambling and stuff like on Twitch, and that for the reasons, Kick has now been created. So I just didn't follow a lot of that. But let's get into it.
So they might want to think twice about that, because Kick really doesn't care. They don't care if you have one of my crazy haters already have an account to watch you. Of course they do. Community guidelines. Kick prohibits activities and material, including live streams, videos, and comments that are A, harmful, deceptive, offensive, or illegal.
Oops, sorry. I muted to open a soda and I forgot to unmute. Okay, so she's going to go through the community guidelines here. Let's just have a moment with this hypocrisy here. Just a YouTuber. Yes, there is a Kick, K-I-K, and then there is K-I-C-K. I don't know what K-I-K was. It was wasn't it like an online chat forum basically? But it's kind of an older platform.
Never used that platform, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, this is basically, I mean, from what I understand, very, very similar to Twitch.
Like they basically, Twitch and DLive, basically. Like it has the same kind of thing with like DLive where you can give donos with cryptocurrency and can trade in that cryptocurrency for money. If DLive, they give you lemons. You could throw lemons at the person and you can actually get lemons from like just watching, and then you can, throw those lemons at them. But the problem is that like that site, overuses your GPU, your fucking computer. And also it's run like the company's like run in China. So, probably not a safe area to get your information.
Okay. So KIK is a dating app.
Okay. Well, Kick is kind of like if you go to the hot tub streams.
Could be.
Could be.
All right, let's see here.
Encourage or promote harmful, deceptive, offensive, or illegal conduct. Violate any of Kick's terms of service policy, copyright policy, or other policies. Contains nudity or pornographic or depicts sexual activity, actual or simulated. Facilitate, encourage, offer, solicit sexual conduct. Involve or promote fraud, scams, or deception. Invade privacy of private.
Involve, promote, or frauds of deception. I can't remember everything she said there. That kind of sounds like, running a scam.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see.
Private places, communications, or persons. Cause or promote emotional distress. If the haters come over here and they start with their emotional distress of me or Marissa or anybody else, well, they are going to get booted because
what
in my safe space.
What about the emotional distress caused to victims and their families? If they go over there, which I'm not grouping Laura into this category because I don't know a ton about Laura or what she may or may have done to victims or not. I don't know that there's a whole lot there. But if Molly goes over there and decides to, distribute the antics that she has displayed in the past, the doxing of people or, terrorizing victims, their families, stuff like that, it sounds like she's going to get kicked.
I only have one thing to say about that. Everyone likes me and thinks I'm great in my safe space. People don't judge me and haters don't hate in my safe space. Bully-proof windows, troll-safe doors, Nothing but kindness in here in my safe space. If you do not like me, you are not allowed in my safe space. Look and you'll see there's very select crowd in your safe space. People that support me, more people that support me. Rainbows all around me. There is no shame in my safe space. That's what I gotta say.
Oh my gosh, you guys didn't know you were getting a show with this, did you? Oh, that was great, me too.
I couldn't
That
put the
was
actual Cartman song on because I didn't think you would get copyright struck claim, so I have to sing it. So you have to deal with my terrible singing. But I mean, I don't want the channel to be taken down by Comedy Central.
Oh, I knew someone would. Jones and said she's gonna clip that. Beat him. He's headed to Broadway.
Beat him. Stop! You're giving me ear damage. Absolutely. Absolutely, True Texan. I told you guys I cannot sing. There's no, but I just needed to have that song out there because it's just exactly what they're talking about. Like it's just ridiculous.
Like they're gonna go over there and it's gonna be a free for all to do whatever that they want, even past behaviors that are wrong. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. You can.
Yeah, involve threats or harassment. When haters are coming over here to harass us, that is a ban. You are not allowed to do that.
Okay, so what about when you harass other people? And again, the "you" is not necessarily directed at Laura, but if there's other creators going over there that are harassing people, which I just, got an email that Betty's now on Kick and going to do a live from Kick, and Justin's over there and going to do a live from Kick. So what about their actions and antics? If they take that over there, are they not going to be banned?
Well, probably because they're too small of channels. They probably won't be noticed. And honestly, I think Kick just doesn't give a fuck. They'll just take everyone, just so they can get as many people there as possible.
I think that they yeah, exactly, Queen Bee. I'm letting Laura tell us the terms of service because I think it's hilarious that she's her spin that she's putting on them. But if I went and read them myself, I've got it pulled up too. It's stricter than YouTube. It truly is. And so I don't think that I don't know if they realize that, or it could just be the delusion of what they're doing. They don't realize what they're truly doing and that their behavior is what, got the strikes and got the bans, nothing else. And that'll follow you to whatever platform you're on. And someone said that Chasing's going to do a live later from Kick. And I do know that she went over there and that, she just said basically there's not really like a true crime section over there, so she thought it was interesting.
Oh shit, she's placing her flag in there. She's like, listen guys, this is my territory now. I think she probably would be better served, like if you're going to spread to other platforms, which is actually a smart idea to have other platforms just in case you don't, YouTube problem with you, is like make sure you make you do other like Rumble and other social media accounts and just spread out and just so you have a presence everywhere. That's my advice. Rumble, I think, is probably up and coming. In my opinion, that stuff is really is up and coming. I think.
I don't know anything about Rumble.
It is up.
Isn't that the platform that Trump went to when he got kicked?
Yeah, like a lot of people, but they get a lot of views. Like Ricada Law's there; he gets hundreds of thousands of views.
Yeah, I think my husband watches some creators on Rumble.
Yeah, and it's just so if you're but the problem is why I don't like Kick is basically I just don't think it's going to be around in a year, and I think you're just wasting your time and your effort just creating your actual presence on a platform requires a lot of time and effort, and to do and then you're just wasting your time, I think.
Yeah, but. My point was if Chasing goes over there and she does this crap too, she's gonna get kicked also. I don't believe she will, or I know that she's gonna cover it with integrity and the truth, but it doesn't matter who's going over there. If you're breaking their terms of service, you're gonna get kicked off Kick. But it doesn't matter where you go. You have to follow the rules of that platform regardless. That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
Involve excessive or burdensome unwanted attention. Haters, do you see that? Loud and clear, haters. You see that? Excessive or burdensome unwanted attention, meaning if you make video after video after video about us, that is illegal.
My God, this is the only time I swear I wish Queen could just play us quick with that. Like, what does she say with the Natasha Cooper? It is illegal. Or, like, oh, who is that? I'm trying to remember that clip. Like, it is illegal. Harassment is illegal, or something like that. She plays that clip.
I don't know, but I have it later in this video where I streamed through Laura's lives. And they're just video after video of Molly. So what is she talking about here? Like,
She is the greatest attorney. Did you know Laura's an attorney?
No.
Yeah, she told me. I found that out. We found that out in the tags. You know, obviously everything in your tags for YouTube is true. So when someone actually showed all the tags she did, she actually said YouTube review. So she's an attorney too.
Oh, well, that's good to know where not to go to.
Impersonate individuals or organizations through likeliness, voice, name, or other identifying attributes. Defame others. You are not allowed to defame us. Contain streamer operator.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you are not allowed to defame people and to lie about them. Laura, Betty.
Good to know.
Good to know that you're not supposed to blatantly lie about another creator and put up bullshit information out there about them. Good to know. Also, they're also talking about deep fakes as well. Do you know what deep fakes are, right? Yeah, they're talking about deep fakes. So obviously I can't, or like just pretending to be someone else's account, basically.
Yes.
They're not talking about criticism and commentary.
No. They're not talking about a name like Bullhorn Betty's hair. Or, that's not what they're talking about. Nope.
Operated lotteries and sweepstakes. Dox individuals provide personal information of others without their consent.
Dox individuals or provide personal information without their consent. That's even stricter than YouTube. That is just my opinion, but that's even stricter than YouTube because there's a lot of people providing personal information without that person's consent.
Involve spam or unwanted commercial, irrelevant, or repeated communications. Persistently share harmful misinformation. Stuff they
persistently share misinformation. That's going to be tough for a lot of creators headed over there.
Do every day. Cause or encourage violent conduct. Constitute or encourage hate speech that directly attacks a person or a group on a basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, medical or mental condition, disability, age, sexual orientation, gender, or gender identity.
Do I even need to say anything to that? That's exactly, one of the reasons that got Molly banned was her hate speech. And so for her to she's just going into this gotcha. We're going over here and it's going to be great because we could do whatever we want and you can't come attack us and this is why. Here's all the rules for why. And yet it's all the things that are being done.
Abuse the platform's resources and rewards. Manipulate kick service or use artificial means, blah, blah, blah. Involve hacks, cheating, or violation of rules with multiplayer games. Interfere with normal use of kick. Attempt to circumvent or evade enforcement of kick's terms and service and guidelines, restrictions on access to the service, and detection of improper or illegal behavior. Copyrighted materials. You must not transmit, publicly perform, publicly display, or reproduce copyrighted material of others unless your actions are authorized by the law or the copyright holder. Copyright infringement on kick is strictly prohibited. Copyright material includes harmful, deceptive, offensive, or illegal movies, TV shows, and/or TV channels, sports matches, other creators' content from other sites, music you do not own, closed, alpha betas, and pre-release games. So do we see, Alicia, why you need to stay on YouTube? You don't need to come over to Kick to call out me and Molly. Because
sorry, you guys got my Discord in the background there. So I don't know if I ended up clipping it in this or not, but Laura goes over how her material is copyrighted because of what she put in her description. Have you seen that, Beta, and what she put in her description?
No.
She's stating that, let me pull it up here real quick on my phone so that I can read it easier. Oh, la, 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 la.
Yeah, that's only going to happen once on supervised. That was a moment. They'll have to clip it to hear me over again. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to sing again. I just thought it was a very appropriate, song for the moment.
Okay, so this is what Laura wrote in her description of her videos. And I don't know how many it's in, if it's in all of them, whatnot, I don't know. But it says this video is protected under copyright laws and violators will be prosecuted, including clip channels. That's in all caps. No redistribution of this content is authorized on any other YouTube content creator's channel, live streams, or any other platform at any time without express legal consent or permission from PerplexQT. So that's not how you copyright something.
Yeah.
That's not even close to how you copyright something. Oh, True Texan.
No more beat Tim singing, please. Damn, True Texan, you son of a bitch. I'm going to get that guy.
So, just a quick synopsis of how to copyright something is you actually have to send off for the patent to copyright it. And it's, each time it would be, I don't know what the exact amount is, but it's between like $30 and $50. But she would have to copyright each video that she produces, each live, she would have to send off for. So if someone wants to, and it's, it's a mail thing, it's a slow mail thing. And so if someone were to cover her content before she got her copyright back on each video, they're not going to be struck until after the copyright is in place.
Well, also, wouldn't you be like criticism over that would be fair use?
Yes.
I mean, I've seen
and
that.
then exactly, fair use comes into play because you
Yeah.
can still comment and cover written material on YouTube if you are changing the content. If you're adding value to it.
I've seen it so far as like I think Sargon of Akkad was sued because what he did was he put like he kept the video the same, didn't add the video at all, but he just named the name, changed the name of the streams like SJW awareness or something like that. And he was sued for that. That woman sued him in court, and he won that case because they said, oh, because the person just changed the title on the bottom of the description, it was fair use. It was like basically fair use. So that was it. That's actually a court case that was done in New York City, and she lost that case when she tried to sue him. So like they don't really quite understand what fair use is. There are court cases. There's also Ethan Klein when he was sued, when he did commentary videos about a guy who basically, he basically was a parkour / pickup artist, and he would do like pretend videos where he did like exercise parkour while he tried to pick up women. And he got mad when Ethan Klein made fun of him and then sued him. And then basically the entire YouTube community combined together, gave them hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they completely decimated him in the lawsuit. There's other cases with, I think Jim, like some sort of video game guy named Jim something. He actually got sued by a video game company for reviewing their bad video game, and they didn't like his opinion, and he won his lawsuit. So like there's plenty of YouTubers that have been sued for criticism or and they've won their lawsuit that they've completely beat the other side trying to quiet them down. So I don't think PerplexQT understands fair use on YouTube. There's a couple of cases that you could pull up that have been won.
I don't think she understands it at all. Makeup Mobster went over I don't know if she put it on her community tab or she covered it in video. I saw it in a clip where she went over the emails that were sent back and forth between Laura and her and YouTube. And she says later in this that I don't know how she found out what I said, but it says right there in the email, what you say is going to be shared with the other creator or maybe shared with the other creator. But
Yeah.
fair use and copywriting your material are two completely separate beasts. And she is not grasping that at all. She thinks that you can just write in your description, I put a copyright on this, so now you can't use it. No, that's
Yeah.
not how that works.
I think like what is the revenue share on Kick? I think the main reason, or I think we're missing one thing. I think they're all jumping there because they saw like 95%. What is it?
95%. Yeah.
So they're like, holy shit, we can get 95% of our donations from here, and YouTube doesn't take like 40%. I think that's what they're really thinking
But
about.
so I think you can do tips. I don't know how that works yet, but for a person to become a subscriber is kind of like their memberships over there. So like if you went over there and subscribed to Molly, she gets 95% of that fee, which is I guess it's a flat rate of $4.99. So you can't raise it and you can't lower it. So you're really losing out on the tiers that YouTube, or the fact that YouTube lets you sit or pick how much you want to charge for your memberships. And there it's just $4.99 a month and you get 95% of that.
Oh yeah, someone actually brought up a good point too. Unsupervised, she says, "Do you remember who was going to sue Atazi and back down?" I believe that was BitBoy, but he's actually being sued for $1 billion, or with a bunch of other people, for advertising a crypto service, and he was getting paid for. I think it was it's some sort of crypto trading company, whatever. But yeah, BitBoy wanted to sue Atazi because Atazi does the same thing. He basically reviews channels and criticizes people, and the guy had him served. And not only was he served, like he had to deal with this lawsuit on the day his wife was about, or his girlfriend was about to have a child. He had to deal with this loss, like trying to like file papers, and he went on like social media to be like, yeah, I'm being sued. And a bunch of people donated like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and BitBoy dropped. He just immediately dropped because it became exposed that he was trying to sue this guy for criticism and trying to use his like ability to have money to go after him. But you have to realize suing someone costs at least like it's going to cost you like $50,000 probably at the very least.
It's quite a bit to sue someone, and there's different costs in different states. It depends on the lawyer you hire, all that. So you would have to do that though I would think you'd have to do it for each video. Like if you wanted to have, like Science Girl's restreaming her is what she's claiming in here. I don't know if she would have to do that for each time Science Girl restreams her.
Then just don't watch, Laura. Take your advice.
Just don't watch. Just don't watch, right?
Just don't watch, Laura.
But that's not how it works though, guys. Like there's so many videos about this on YouTube, but you can't just say you copyright something and then it's has a copyright. That's not
I put a flag. I copyright DeetS' video right now. You can't play this video anymore. It's mine now. I copyrighted it.
You better not review this because he just copyrighted it. So
I copyright. In fact, I'm going to go through all her videos and just say I copyright all of DeetS' videos.
There we go.
Take them down immediately, DeetS.
Good morning. Yeah. But that's just not how it works. And to come off and to proclaim so serious and this conviction of it being so, it just baffles me. It baffles me. But no, you would have to, like I said, you would have to send off and get a copyright for each and every video or live stream that you do if you want to copyright that. And I think, in fact, even Betty was going to try that after all the stuff went down with Crude AF. And she thought, hey, I'm going to, she did a copyright on her logo, I guess. And then she had talked about at one point copywriting her material. And even she put in there, because I remember this happening, that, I'd have to do each and every video. So I don't know where Laura's thinking that writing that in her description is doing anything at all. It's still fair use. Now she's reading to us Kick's terms, and it sounds like they're not going to allow fair. I don't know. I'll have to go through the terms of service, but maybe over there they won't even allow that to happen. So then you can't really review things from YouTube over there.
because by calling anybody out like that, you now have broken these rules. So yes, we will have you kicked off. Bye-bye. See you later. Stick with YouTube. Haters don't need to come here. Again, y'all wanted Molly off so badly. Y'all couldn't wait for Molly to get out of YouTube because you were going to save the community. Well, guess what? Now, guess what? You save the community. Stay over there.
Again, I didn't necessarily want Molly off YouTube. I don't care that she's left YouTube. I don't think that that has changed her in any way. I don't know because I haven't seen yet, but I, as well as others, I think, just want to change in behavior, want to change for these victims. We're sick of seeing victims and their family or people that have nothing to do with a situation like Dylan being attacked repeatedly. Molly and Laura aren't victims here. Bullhorn Betty's not the victim here. The people that they attack are.
And people don't have to worry about the bullshit. Every single one of these people who are in this platform have been banned from Twitch. And I'm talking like these were big creators. Twitch's biggest moneymaker. He was like the top performer on Twitch, is banned from Twitch, came over to Kick, is doing fantastic.
So she's talking about the train wreck guy. I'm assuming that we talked about it earlier. And so remember why he was banned from Twitch is completely different than why Molly was banned from YouTube or terminated, because I guess she's not banned.
So they can do whatever they want. They can try to harass Kick all day long. It's not going to matter because, like I said, all these people came over and Kick is our thing. So stay back on YouTube. You wanted Molly off YouTube. You got her off YouTube. So leave her alone on Kick. It's not your business. Plain and simple. We get
So just don't watch, right? Isn't that the thing? Just don't watch. I couldn't care less. Frankly, I would prefer people had a higher standard. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. I don't care that she was terminated. I don't think it's going to do anything. And in fact, I think it's just going to make her behavior even worse, probably. But hopefully, like I said, I still hold out on hope towards behavior towards victims, but I know not a lot of people do. But this whole idea of, oh, now we're like B-Tim's song, he's got the safe space over there. Now this is their safe space and they don't have to follow any of the rules. That's not how that works.
Also, I proclaim I own Perplex QT's channel. She didn't say that for all the channels. So I proclaim I own everything. Copyright.
You're going to copyright Laura's channel.
I copyright Laura's channel. I own everything. I'm claiming it on this live stream right now.
He said it, guys. So you play his material.
You play Perplex. If you play my material, I you know what is illegal.
Oh my gosh, this is just insane.
100% of subscriptions as of right now. They don't take anything. We get it. We get 100%. So like I said,
does she even know what's going on over there? You get 95%. That's splitting hairs, but
well, maybe she's talking about like the payoff she's giving to Molly so she can be advertised. Maybe she's counting that in.
Oh, good point.
Those of everyone on YouTube that claims they don't do this for money, they should not be over here because they're not doing this for money. They're doing this for the good of the cause. So there's no reason for them to be on Kick. You know what I'm saying? So that'll show if they're really doing this for money or if they're not.
Okay. So who's claiming that they're not doing it for money? And oh, hello. Hey, the Glare, how are you?
Oh, hey. Sorry, I'm just waking up.
I think everybody's just waking up except for me. I've been up since 4.
Claire, this is my notice to you. I copyright your channel. So I own your channel now.
Right on. Yeah, make sure to put the little R next to the name.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That'll do it. It does it every time.
That's all you got to do, apparently.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I hate to be that guy who likes to say I told you so, but I mean, what did I say would happen if Molly Golightly got booted off of YouTube? And I specifically said Molly Golightly, by the way. What did I say would happen? I said she would start her usual thing on a whole new platform. She has done that. I said that everyone and their mother would be talking about her on this platform still. Everyone's doing that. And guess what? Her platform is building because everybody here is talking about her. And so everybody who wants her shut down is now just building her up on a new platform.
Well, I don't know that everybody wants her shut down. I just feel
No. I'm not
of
talking about
people,
you.
yeah.
And I'm not talking about me. And I'm not talking about certain other creators who never said anything about shutting her down. I'm talking about everybody who literally tried to get her shut down.
Right. Right.
You know? So
I don't know. I just think that the white knighting for her and the way that Laura's coming across in this whole thing, it just feels icky. It feels icky.
well, wasn't it this channel that yeah, we talked about Laura before.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that this gives Laura some sort of relevance. That's all. You know, now that Molly's gone off of this platform, then she gets to piggyback off of her not being here.
You think she's it's not called sub sniping, but like you think she wants to take up and fill all that void that Molly's created and take those subs over and have them here. Is that what you're saying?
I think she fantasizes about it, but I don't think. I mean, even her, I don't think.
You cut out.
Yeah. I think Molly's got him.
Oh, Laura copyrighted him. So copyright.
Actually, that was me. I took him down. That's what happened.
Yeah. Laura's been nothing but like the equivalent to Dr. Evil's mini-me to MGL. Like that's always been their dynamic. She doesn't have the stuff. You know?
Okay. So I don't watch a ton of Laura. Very little.
Thank God.
And especially after she did a whole live, I don't remember if it was Chronicles or Tragedy Pimps, but she went after one of them and had like this whole stream about how clip channels are horrible and blah blah blah. When it was gross the way she was like, "Don't clip me, blah blah blah."
It
and
was
I've
for
had
30 sec. I think it was for
I know
a
it was
minute
a
clip.
small clip, and I've had creators reach out to me, creators that you wouldn't even think of that I've covered, who have been like, "Hey, I know you don't agree with my opinion. Maybe you didn't show me in a favorable light, but I'm glad you clipped me." So I just thought that was really like a smack in the face, because I think a lot of creators can see that unfortunately in some instances it does help their channels. And so the way she kind of went out at that just
yeah, of course.
But you're breaking up right there, bud. But so I don't watch a whole lot of her. And when I came into this arena of YouTube, her and Molly had just started their fight. So that's what I know about their relationship going forward, was their breakup, and then lots of hate coming from Laura towards Molly. And then what was it? Just like a couple months ago, they're buddies again.
That's
I
their
don't
dynamic.
know.
That's what makes them drama channels. I mean, that's Molly is a master drama channel creator. That's why she's as popular as she is. She fantasizes about being a reality show star. You know, so she runs her YouTube channel the way that she sees how reality shows run. She creates a rift and then builds off of that rift. My only issue with Molly Golightly, honestly, ever, has been that she will use crime cases to create drama.
That's my issue.
Right. She will interfere with people, with people's lives, and then create YouTube drama with people who are involved in crime cases. That's my only issue.
Well, because Molly does have this, she does have this thing about her where she can captivate an audience. She can throw some humor in there from times, and she can keep that going for quite some time throughout a stream. And maybe it's the reality TV star vibe that she can put off. But then when she's
She
affecting
can't. She's
victims,
not as good at it as people think she.
I think we lost you again. But no, yeah, I don't think she's as good as it as even she thinks that she is. But she does have that capability and that likability factor to a certain degree
Yeah.
that some people are attracted to.
Well, they have millions of followers, and they're exploiting their children. So Dad Challenge Podcast goes after them for that. You know, but she wishes that she could do that. But the problem is Molly Golightly doesn't have the work ethic for it. She just streams sitting on her ass and eating all day long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People will actually work hard and create content and say, okay, well, this is what we're going to do. And they almost script everything, and they force their family to be in on it, in the sense that, like, you have to participate. All she does is just put her family's business out there, and they're okay with it. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know that they're okay with it. I feel like it's getting kind of messy for her and her family.
I agree with you. At this point, I think they've all gotten pretty sick of it, probably. It was just a matter of time before that would happen. But
right, because it's escalated quite a bit since Gabby Petito.
Yeah.
But I've seen the clips of what she did during the Watts case and stuff like that, and it was horrible, absolutely horrible. But it just seems like, now that where Gabby Petito, she actually went to on location, and so now that's become the new thing, is this on location type vibe, and I feel like, yeah, her family probably is getting a little fed up with that.
Yeah. I mean, and like I said, I mean, she's now doing exactly what somebody like her would do if they got booted off of YouTube. They would just find another platform to use, and everyone would just forget about her. Nobody would even have the inclination to go look for her if the whole world wasn't like, oh my God, Molly. You know what I mean?
Right.
And, I mean, if they had just enjoyed what the win that they got,
So where does Laura fit into that? Just as a hanger on her?
Yeah. Oh, she's doing the same thing, just taking the opposing side. She's doing the same thing that they're all doing. She's just taking the opposing side and defending her because she knows it's going to get her more views. She likes the hate views as much as MGL does, as much as, I mean, you look at Bullhorn Betty. Bullhorn Betty she's not getting, if you look at her views, like take for instance, she's not respected as a true crime creator, right? Like,
blasphemy.
This is a rare occasion. Her and I right now, this is a rare occasion that I could say her and I are covering the same content, right?
Okay.
So I covered the Gannon Stauch or the Letitia Stauch trial yesterday, all day long. I was live for 8 hours, and she did too, right? But if you look at the difference in views, and she has significantly more views than I do, right? But she has half the likes that I got. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's because nobody's tuning into her for that. They're tuning into her hoping that she's going to start a drama rift and start a rant and go insane, on her streams. They're just waiting for her to have a meltdown. But they're not logging on to her for true crime. They're not logging on to her to find out what her opinions are on a crime case, because nobody cares, because they know that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Even her audience knows it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's gotten to a point to where, I mean, Betty's a drama channel, period.
Yeah.
She's just a drama channel.
She is. And she is. And I think it would be better for her if she just owned that.
Right.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, drama channels are fun to watch sometimes. I enjoy them sometimes. I'm
Absolutely.
not. Yeah, but just own it. It's fine.
Well, you, sir, are just jealous of her glittery bullhorn, sir.
Oh my gosh.
That's you're just jealous.
It's really the best. The vest, because it lights up. you know, and that thing is
Wait, what?
she
He has
has
a vest that lights up.
yeah, it's pink and it lights up and it says Bullhorn Betty, and she's, you know, it's one of a kind. She's the only one that shows up to crime scenes with a
Oh
blue.
my gosh, I can't. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff.
I knew about the bullhorn, the bedazzled bullhorn, but I had no
That's
clue about the vest.
the vest has been around. Yeah.
I guess I just never noticed it. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't with these people sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, so
goodness.
yeah, it's as long as that's all I really wanted to come up here and say was because I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're fine.
But it was just too much to type. But yeah, the Laura is doing the same. Like I said, last time I was up here, I called her, what was it, a barnacle? Because that's exactly that's what she's doing.
Yeah, she's just a hanger honor, I guess. And
oh my god.
Well, Laura's not this evil, you know.
Okay, let me ask you this real quick while I got you up here. So B Tim thinks that Laura is just, how did you put it, manipulating Molly into Kick for nefarious reasons because
For failure.
Yes, that's what your words were. What do you think about
I'm joking. I'm actually joking.
If she really fail, if she really wanted her to fail, then she wouldn't be talking about her on her channel. She would be enjoying the fact that she's gone and then just creating rift with people who are actually significant right now.
True. I just
because she has a drama channel.
Yeah, I was just joking with that, but like Kick is like the worst platform to start building up because that probably gonna last for 6 months to a year max. It's not good. You've looked into Kick, right, man? Have you looked into it, the glare? I can't hear him. I knew you dropped out.
Yeah, I lost a little. Yeah, I have a Wi-Fi issue that cuts out sometimes. Sorry about that.
You looked into Kick, right?
No. I have no interest in anything that Molly's doing right now. I never.
No, I'm saying like as the website, like why would probably actual background of the website.
Until yesterday, I thought when everybody was saying Kick, I thought they meant the little app that people use to text each other. That's
Yeah, it's not good. It's basically run by stake.com, a crypto gambling site. That's the owners.
Oh, yeah, I don't know anything about it, honestly.
Yeah, and it's just not going to last because they don't make enough money. Like they only take they said some of them 5%. You have to for their fees, and they pay 95%. And the fact is that it was done because crypto gambling was banned from Twitch, basically. And they were being paid, the people that were actually Twitch streamers that were being paid to advertise, just to basically hit the slot, basically online. Sometimes they were being paid $250,000 or sometimes $1 million a month, just to do that. And that a lot of times that they would be they would make the game so that they would win a lot. There's a little, because they would win insane amounts of money, but they never collected, let's just say. And that's basically Kick. It's not gonna last.
Can you buy subs on Kick? I have no clue.
I have no idea what that. I think I seen someone you could buy maybe sub memberships and stuff like that, like any other site.
I don't know what this raffle is that Bullhorn Betty has going either. I don't know anything about
I heard something, but I forgot.
I mean, you could always count on Toast to go into that in detail. I'm sure Monday will be.
She's going into that. That's gonna be interesting.
I would assume so. I wouldn't presume to say what kind of content Toast is going to cover, but if there's anything nefarious about that raffle, so you can count on Toast covering it.
Oh, I'm sure she'll have all the details on it.
Let's tell the truth. She's just gonna cover it because she entered the raffle and she didn't win, so now she's just a hater. Don't you know that, man?
Hey, the glare. I got a question, man. Can you get me unblocked off your channel? Good. I mean, I sent you the other night on my other channel, and you took them, and it's
I can be completely honest with you about that when people come to me about that, because I bottom line is I'm just plain lazy and bad with tech. And I've gone through this before where I go through my hidden list. And it takes a lot for you to get hidden on my channel.
I've never been able to comment. I mean, it's not like I made one and then someone did it. I mean, I'm subscribed, but it's like something's not. It's not
but
right.
I trust my mods, and if my mods blocked you, there was probably a good reason. But I have, after having conversations like this, gone through my hidden list and then just not seen the name, because it's just, I don't know if you've ever gone through a hidden list. If you have a lot of hidden people on your channel, it's a pain in the ass. It's very tedious. And my honest answer is I will give it a once over, but if I don't see you, just come under another name, and that's all I can tell you to do.
Well, I have.
Don't
I've been doing that, and it works. So I mean, it's not my IP. This block. It's just for some reason, and it's happened to me on one other channel for some reason. But yeah, I mean, I watch you. I mean, it's like, but I can't say nothing, or I can type on all day, but nobody's seeing it. You know.
Get you, because what I end up doing is 90% of the time I'll go through my chat. I'll rewatch my video to go through my chat just to be that safety net in case, you know, somebody missed something, one of my mods missed something, or even in case one of my mods hid somebody for no reason, accidentally, and nobody caught it. Like, I try to do that. And usually I'll look and see if somebody got hidden, and then I'll just unhide them, because maybe they got hidden for a comment that they thought could be offensive, and I'll make a judgment and be like, oh, it's not that bad, you know. But like I said, I'll do a once over and check, but something like that, I'm not spending more than 5 minutes on. Sorry. Just because that I spend a lot of energy picking my mods to, you know, sometimes I give wrenches to creators just so in case I have to slow my chat down, they don't have to wait, you know. But other times people who are actually wrenching in my chat, I'm careful about who I give a wrench to so that they know, and then Cherry will actually get in contact with them and let them know what I expect them to not do as far as hiding people and things of that nature.
Give it a look, or I'll start trolling you from my other account.
What's your handle again?
True Texan.
True Texan. I'll take a look, man.
He's a good guy.
And B Tim, you, hey dude, that poll was not cool at all. I mean, I've put with a lot of stuff on that channel, and abuse from the psychological side because I'm a queen bee person, but that one did it. I saw that and I go, what the hell?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Just I don't mind it. Just don't put it on a merch.
No, it just that wasn't cool, dude. I mean, I don't. It'd be like you said. We could.
I think the glare was also on that poll, so he has probably something to say.
Say what?
The glare.
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah.
I didn't think much of it only because it was coming from Laura. If I'm being, you know.
Yeah, we had. I mean, I had some strong opinions on it. I just didn't think it. Well, not strong, but I don't think it's appropriate during what she was covering. I don't think it does any respect or service to Gannon or his family.
Right.
And it was just, and like we said, I can't believe we've been on here almost 4 hours. Like we said earlier, if a male creator and there's 3 guys up here. If one of you guys would have thrown up a poll about some female creators in this area, it would be a completely different story.
Especially, yeah. I mean, like you said, not even especially, but even if it hadn't been during the coverage of a trial to convict somebody for killing an 11-year-old boy, even if it wasn't circumstances, one of us would be crucified for being womanizers or you know, misogynist. You know, it's. I mean, yeah, it's Laura, man. She's expected to do something. That's why I just don't even bother with her. She's like a gnat; it just doesn't go away. You know.
what was it? What's his name? John Crimes said that she is the true definition of a cockroach because
Yeah.
she's never going anywhere.
Well, Laura should thank you right now, Claire, for that comment you just made. She's gonna be able to do a 3-hour, 4-hour stream now about that.
Possibly.
You know.
Yeah. She I think she did a long stream. It's funny to me, like when these people do that. Like there was one guy who used to do streams about me all the time and do videos, and he just disappeared off the face of the earth. People stopped caring who the hell he was. And then recently he started making videos about me again. And I was just like, really? I didn't even click on it because like dude's got like, I think it was like when I saw it had like 300 views and was up for like 5 days. And I was just like, wow. And this is a dude with like thousands of subscribers, like tens of thousands of subs.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I seen that guy. Yeah, I mean, like usually I don't like if there's actual criticism, but honestly, it's the internet. Anyone's welcome to criticize whoever. It's not a big deal to me.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, if people make videos about you, like it's like you just said, if you're up here and you're making a name for yourself in some degree or another. People are going to make videos about you. It's just the way that is, and they're going to clip you, and it's just the way that is. The only thing you can do about it is have integrity. Don't falter from your integrity, and watch your mouth.
Oh, you can't copyright your material and then just strike anybody who plays it?
No.
Okay. Just checking.
That's the problem, Laura. She just like screams at people in the clip channels. If she just like, just acted like a normal person and says, yeah, I say some stupid shit, let it get clipped, and then just ignored it or just laughed at it kind of, then probably there would be a lot less clips and people would not give too much of a shit about it.
She loves when clip channels make videos about her, because think about it. If she didn't, she wouldn't have anything to talk about. If clip channels didn't make videos about her, you don't think she lights up every single time she goes through her scrolls through her feed and sees that somebody made a video about her? She lights up over it so that she has something to talk about, so that she has something to yell and scream about on her next live.
Well, I mean, to me, like scrolling through her videos and lives, she likes to talk about Molly a lot, and I found that very weird. Like I said, when I first came here, they were in this, huge fight and hating each other, and now
that's every couple of months. I started
Yeah.
on YouTube. It's always been like that. I didn't have a problem with Molly Golightly because I didn't know much about her. This was like 3 years ago. I think I even gained subs at one point from being on her panel once. This was 3 or 4 years ago, but I didn't know anything about her. I just saw that some other people that were being supportive of me were over there, and I was just like, hey, what's up? And then and I was actually, she would show up in my chat sometimes, and I'd be like, hey, Molly Golightly, and then people started, did you see that she did this? And did you see that she did that? And, my first instinct when that happens is usually, I don't care. But with the Watts case and then,
You're gone. You just cut that mid-sentence. Oh, she tries too hard to be intimidating and fails. Oh, you're back?
I'm here, but thank you,
Okay.
Clark.
She's obsessed with men's penis. She did a live not so long ago trying to shame the glare on penis size. Oh, that's
Yeah, it's so
awkward.
childish. It's like what a child would think. It's like not a child, but like what children think like that, like teenagers.
Mhm.
You don't expect that from 50-year-old women.
No, I don't.
But anyway, I'm gonna skedaddle.
Yeah, I
Good
need
luck.
to hop off of here anyway. Get some Easter stuff together because we're celebrating tonight. We didn't go through all that, but that's okay. That's how live streams go sometimes.
I'm
So.
sorry for that.
No,
You can
no,
blame
it's
me.
not your fault at all.
In the
It's no
comments
one's
down below,
fault.
blame me. blame
Yeah.
it all. No,
It's his live anyway because he put a copyright on it.
I technically I own this channel now, and I expect the check in the mail, Deeds. And you, Claire, I don't know if you're there. I expect the check in the mail.
Just
For
wait, dude. It'll be there.
one, 2, 3. No one gives a fuck, Lane. But anyway, you guys
I'll
have a
send
good
you
one.
the whole $5.
All right, bye.
Bye, V Tim. But yeah, basically the whole point of this stream is just, they're completely wrong on most of the stuff that they're saying about mass flagging, about doxing, about terms of service, all of that stuff. And it's easy to find this information for yourselves and, to believe it for yourself based on your own research. You don't have to go with what someone's yelling at you or telling you is actually factual.
Well, I don't think that MGL was actually her channel was taken due to mass flagging, was it?
No, no.
Right.
Mm-mm.
So what are people talking about?
That's kind of what well, there's a couple of people who are, going to bat for her, saying that, there's this whole community that mass struck Molly or mass flagged Molly.
Oh,
And
the list. Yeah.
yeah, that whole list.
That apparently was a part of that I didn't know I was a part of.
Yeah, you are on there. And so, we just discussed and went over how sharing that out on YouTube is not mass flagging someone. It's not at all. Mass flagging it can be several hundred people going and flagging content, but it's typically bots that do mass flagging or programs that are coded for it. And then,
well, it's like the transphobia stuff that she was doing on Mallery, right?
Right.
You can't say things like sure, on one hand you could sit there and go, oh my god, she was mass flagged and mass reported over that, how dare everybody do that, or you could look at it as, well, if she hadn't said transphobic, horrible, trans bashing things, then she wouldn't have pissed off a bunch of people who flagged her and
right.
you know what I mean? The report button is there for a reason. So
exactly. And YouTube encourages you to flag content, but going and tweeting YouTube is completely separate from flagging a video. And we don't know how many people flagged that video. And then we, showed the proof that YouTube, it doesn't matter if you have one flag on a video or 200,000 flags on a video, they're still going to review the video. Now, when they get to it, might change if there's more flags on it, but they're still going to go over that video and see if it broke terms of service anywhere. And that's what's going to get it struck, and then in turn your channel be affected.
Right. And look how many times have we seen Betty or any of these people go on their channel and say, get out there and report, like mass report them, literally use the word mass report. You know what I mean? And nothing happens,
No, not at all.
Because YouTube will review the content and go, well, there's nothing to, but they looked at Molly and found reasons to shut her down, and they did.
Exactly. And those live streams, those last couple of live streams that she did, they broke terms of service. But then I'm suspecting that even after that, there was probably a whole manual review of her entire channel, included her deleted material. And that's probably what led to her termination.
Yeah. I don't know why that's so difficult for people like Laura to understand.
That's my question. And then maybe it's because I don't fully know Laura, or I don't know everything she's about besides a few things here and there.
She's not anything.
She's what?
She's not about anything.
Well, does she not understand it? Does she not grasp it? Or does she really, and she's just trying to flip the narrative?
She wants to be significant, but yet doesn't understand the concept that you have to actually do and create something to be significant. You have to believe in something and stand behind it to be significant. At least that, to be significant. And she doesn't understand that. She just wants significance, and she feels entitled to it.
Yeah, I can see that. And so now they're taking over Kick, and they think that Kick is their safe space. And B-Tem sung us a beautiful song on that, but it's their safe space that they're not going to be held accountable for any of their actions or content over there, is what they believe. It's how they're putting it out anyway.
I have so little inclination to go through my hidden list, but I can tell you this, that I have more inclination to do that than to go download Kick or find Kick and download it or whatever the fuck it is. I just don't. I'm in Kick.
Well, I don't know if Tracy's still in here. It's so weird calling her Tracy instead of Chasing. But she's actually going to do a live on there. I know she went and started a page over there, and she's going to do a live on there, I think sometime today. But when she was talking to me about it, she said that there's just not a true crime section over there. So I can see where some creators will take that and see, hey, there's this new platform. There's a niche there that maybe I can fill and add
Okay.
it to what they're, currently doing on YouTube, or, if they're on TikTok or Instagram or other social media platforms. But my point is, if you're just running over there because you think it's going to be your safe space and that you are untouchable over there, that's delusional.
It is. I'm sure they have a terms of service too.
They do, and it's actually a little stricter than YouTube's.
Wow.
So I think they're gonna be met with some issues that they don't want to face.
Right.
So.
Right.
But I am gonna hop off of here. We are celebrating Easter today, and we've been
Yeah.
on here for a while. But thank you for coming up and giving us your input on Laura.
Thanks for having me. Happy
Yeah.
Easter to you and everybody in the chat. Thanks.
Yeah. You have a great Easter too.
You too. Bye.
Bye. So thank you all for coming in. I really appreciate it. Sorry, like I said, I know I was going to go live last night and I just fell asleep because apparently I needed sleep. Um, one thing I did not go over, and I know we got less people in here now, but that's okay. DeetS on the streets is now just me, and it's not a bad thing. It's just other things going on with the other DeetS, and so she is unable. Sorry, I was looking at a message in there. She's unable to continue on with the channel, and so that's great. So I might change a few things around, and not for sure exactly where I want to go with this channel. If I want to continue doing lives, I'm still very nervous about lives for some reason. Even just doing this one, I think, who the hell wants to listen to me? Like, what? I don't know if anybody even wants to. So that's, yeah, I just struggle with that. So those things that I'm going to be contemplating and continue clipping, because I do enjoy that. That's what brought me to this channel, to create this channel, is clipping. So some things might be changing around, and I'm not sure. My life's getting a little busier because we have exciting news in our family, and so I'm not sure how often I will be here, but I'm so glad that you are all here with me and that we can go through this stuff. And I really want to get back to some true crime stuff because it's been a while since we really dug into a case. I covered what's going on with Oakley Snow. If you have time, please go watch Oakley's video um, and share her face out. Like, she's just not getting the attention she deserves. And her sweet little face will just melt your heart. You just want to eat her right up. She's so freaking cute. And she's missing. And her mom has been arrested, and her mom's boyfriend have been arrested, and they are not talking. They're not talking at all. And her dad just wants her face and her name out there. And if anybody has any information at all on Oakley Snow or her mother, Madison Marshall, or the boyfriend's name is Rowan Waters. If anyone knows anything about that, please call law enforcement. And is my son still home? My son. Oh, so my son's base, if you're talking about the fact that my son is in the Air Force and he got back from a deployment not too long ago, his base is actually pretty close to us. So he can come and see us frequently. So he'll be over tonight. He actually just did a very short deployment. It was an in-state deployment where they go and they serviced other planes, and then they did a lot of refueling mid-air, and he did something else. But he went and did like a East Coast tour. It was only like a week that they do it, and then he's getting ready to leave for a West Coast tour in a few days. Actually, I think it's Tuesday that he leaves for that, but he's only gone for like a week to 10 days. But he's still pretty close by, and he gets to stop in sometimes on weekends and sometimes just sporadically. Thank goodness. But yeah, we're just pretty blessed to have his base pretty close. So he actually does another big deployment either at the end of this summer or in the fall, early fall. I can't remember. Thank you guys. I will tell him thank you for his service. He's a good young man. But oh, thank you, Gumby. And then my baby girl, she's 21, and she's got some exciting stuff going on in her life, and so that's keeping me pretty busy. So but I definitely want to continue because I love true crime. I love everything. I love doing the research and the due diligence and looking into these cases and finding out the facts. And that's what, brought me to this little community, which brought me to pointing out some of the misinformation and inconsistencies. So we'll see where things go from here. And I'll see you guys around the streets. I sound like I'm 20. I'm a lot older than 20. Oh, yes. Yeah, thank you. We forget people like him afford us the opportunity to talk shit on the internet. So true. He's a good kid. He's not a kid, but he's my kid. All right, guys. I hope you all have a great Easter and spend time with your loved ones and give them hugs. And I'll see you on the next one. Love, love.